Alright, who's the sick fuck that's already in chat? There's gotta be at least one of you. Somebody's out there. There he is, Crazed. How you doing, buddy? How you doing this morning? As we prepare for one more round of Elden meme. Oh shit, did I zoom my camera in too much? I might have zoomed my camera in too much. Squeaky. Squeaky. That's not too bad. Some of it is I've just woken up, and I haven't been awake very long, and so my spine is still maximum memes. So I'm like 2 inches fucking taller. Don't worry, in about a few hours I'll be shrunk down to normal size. Kate the Singer! With a random subscription! Out of nowhere, just fucking full flat $5 no Amazon Preem. Welcome to the War Castle, Kate. I appreciate that. Let's play RuneScape instead? You know, it's a tempting offer, Eos. Truly a tempting offer. Did Jeff ever get his cape back? I thought he turned the stream on a while back to try and reclaim his cape. Oh, yeah, tastes like diabetes. My way of saying hello? Hey, I'm never gonna stop somebody from saying hello generally by giving me money. Don't think that's ever gonna, be a problem. In fact, I would prefer it. Many mornings. Skip the pleasantries right into exchanging dollar bills in the palm. Damn, Adam, do you ever sleep? Not in the last 2 days. You guys need to soak all this up because tomorrow, if I stream, it will be minimal. Wednesday, there will be 0 stream. Thursday's the podcast, and not looking like a great stream day after the podcast. And so, after today, pretty hit or miss. The good news is, you'll have like fucking 26 plus hours of VODs to watch. You know, for the few of you that weren't actually here for the whole thing already. So yesterday, very productive day in the lands between. we did all of Hogwarts. Or as the chat was lovingly calling it, Pog Courts. So that got completed. We also did some more, backtracking and, trying to explore areas that, in more detail, that I hadn't explored in detail the first time through. More specifically looking for dungeons and side bosses and things of that nature. We ended the stream going back down into the mausoleum. And clearing that out. Got down to found the little bottom area and got that stuff all done up. Beat the fog door tree worm thing, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. So that place is, unless there's some magical way of killing that fucking chariot that I haven't figured out yet, that place is dumb. And so I think I had placed myself next to EG here at the end of the night, and with the intention of going north again and just looking through this area just to make sure I didn't miss anything when I was just going through it the first time. And generally avoiding going back to the fucking Mars hellscape in the northeast, where that stupid fucking dual boss awaits. Or, well, I have to clarify that because there's two dual bosses in the northeast. But the answer, I guess, remains the same, or the statement remains the same. I'm avoiding both. How long did it take you to kill what's her? Oh. I can never Renala, and then there are two Ras. They're Lady Gaga, you know, like they're the two lovers. They're two Ras. So I call one Ronaldinho, and the other Rihanna. Passionate lovers. She eventually died. I think she took, I don't know how many attempts she took. It wasn't that many. It's just the fucking run back is a pain in the ass. But, it was friggin' brutal, too, the rolls that I was getting, like, you know, she randomly selects a thing to summon. Excuse me, throughout the fight. She summoned a dragon. Twice. In the same fight. What was it? I think the run that I ended up beating her, she summoned a dragon twice, she summoned the Bloodhound Gang once, and the dogs once, I think. Or it was two dragons and the Bloodhound Gang. I can't remember if it was all four or just the three. The second dragon was at the she had 1 HP. Mid-swing, she does her fucking move where she goes in, you know, she's got like a million iframes and she pushes you back to do her summoning. Summon the fucking dragon. So I kill her afterwards, and I know what's coming. I instinctually start running, because I know it's fucking Dark Souls, and Miyazaki is rubbing one out in a bathroom somewhere to the thought of somebody dying after they've already killed the boss. To whatever else is still in the arena. And so she had summoned the dragon, I killed her, and then I just started fucking running. And sure as shit, thank God I had full health. It half-lifed me with its It did its biggest fucking farthest reaching fire attack. But we survived, so she's dead. Well, technically not dead, because, you know, she's reborn forever thanks to Ronaldinho's soccer ball that he gifted her. So yeah, it was a bit of a harrowing experience, but we got through it. She's not like insanely difficult. It's just that I'm a glass cannon. She's magic, so almost everyone's a glass cannon against her, but I'm only wearing 2 pieces of armor. And, she had 2 moves that basically one-shot me. So that was a bit bothersome, but it was the summoning that was the bigger issue. Because it was the combo of what is she gonna summon plus her homing attacks. Her homing missiles were the most homing of all of the homing missiles I've faced so far. I did eventually figure out on like the 2 last runs that dodge rolling sideways is actually, like, it works, but it's not super efficient. You end up dodge rolling so far, you know, out of the way that you never get a chance to get into attacker on that phase. And so the thing to do is, if you actually roll once or twice and then roll forward, or on a diagonal if you need to, they'll all miss you and not continue to track your ass. You know, sometimes you'll see them try to make the fucking 90-degree angle turn, but they shoot off into the distance. And so once I had that, then that freed up more time for me to get close, force her to do different attacks that were less one-shotty, and made a difference. Am I enjoying the game so far despite things like running back to the boss? Yeah, and I mean, in fairness, I've played all the Dark Souls games, right? Except for Demon Souls. But I'm used to running back. However, playing Elden Ring in the first, you know, however many hours it was before I hit my first boss, in which they wanted you to run back a little bit. The concept of Marika statues was fantastic. I was like, oh my god. I like, take away the map, take away everything else, leave that, and I'd probably still be happy. Right? It was like, just the relief of not having to run back to a boss was magnificent, because most of my frustrations with a lot of bosses in Dark Souls, you know, I get upset at the fight or get upset at myself for fucking it up or whatever. But the running back, even though it's not necessarily difficult because you find a route and you just get there every time. That was the bitch. It was like, I felt like my time was being wasted. Even if it was like a 60-second run. Or a 30-second run. The runbacks feel like they last forever every time you go and do them. So that drove me crazy. So it felt doubly, you know, hurtful when I got to this one, and it was a reasonable run past a handful of very bothersome fucking magical enemies, and then an elevator you had to wait for to come back down so that you get back on it to go back up, and then a phase 1 of a boss that once you've done it once, every time it takes like 2 fucking seconds to do, so it's just time padding, and then fight her again in the second phase. The only real challenge is like the second phase. So that was a bit of an annoyance. But to answer your question with less elaboration on everything else, because I'm verbose and don't know how to be concise as a streamer, is that despite its flaws, which are almost all commonalities with the entire Souls franchise. I've been enjoying myself. I've been looking forward to playing the game, which is not common very much these days for me to actually, you know, be looking forward to playing something that I'm going to be playing on stream. Like, I'll look forward to games to a degree, but I'm not like, you know, the degree to which I look forward to playing it is substantially different than, you know, it has been for other games recently, which is good. It means it's a pretty good game. You know, my dopamine levels are cripplingly low, are being elevated by getting my ass kicked by Miyazaki, and then continuously telling Miyazaki to suck my perfectly average white penis. Seemingly gets just, you know, it just hits the right spot. So it's been good. It's been good. I do hope that they continue to, you know, they really, I've said this before a couple of times, but they really, I don't want to say they shot themselves in the foot with Elden Ring, but I want to say that they shot themselves in the foot with Elden Ring, because they went from a certain scale and scope of their previous games, which many of were already relatively sizable games. I mean, these were not short games by any stretch of the imagination, and not just because they were difficult and you took 7 to 8 hours to kill Ornstein Smell. But to go from that, and then they were like, fuck it, Elden Ring, let's just make the biggest fucking map of all time with the most bosses to have ever bossed. And I sit here and I wonder, what the shit are they gonna do next? Where do they go from here? What's the what's the next move? I don't like. They're best. I mean, they're not going to go bigger. You know they're not going to go bigger. So, but now the player base is going to have a certain expectation. You can't really necessarily go backwards very much. You can shrink the map a bit. But they didn't take a page out of the Elder Scrolls, you know, development history, and learn from them. So, you know, subsequently, following, Daggerfall back in like the 90s, you know, Morrowind was a much smaller map. And so, you know, and Oblivion was bigger but still smaller, and Skyrim, you know, is still smaller. But the density of NPCs, things to do, places to see, etc., the density went up. And so the size and whatnot was not so bad. And then of course it's easier for Bethesda because a lot of their dungeons and stuff are partially fucking automated, and then they're tweaking them to make them, you know, to give them the human touch, so to speak. Things of that nature. That's not really something that FromSoft can do. FromSoft has got to, you know, with their style of game, people are looking for a few things. They're looking for great difficulty, which comes in the form of both level design, enemy design, and arguably, most notably, the boss design, right? And this is on top of, you know, their expectations for the art team, which I don't think I have any concerns about ever. The art team always crushes it. But what do you do from Elden Ring? So your best case scenario is it's like the same size or slightly smaller. And if you go smaller, it needs to be more dense. But Elden Ring was also dense, or is also dense. So they didn't just make the map fucking huge. They put a ton of shit on this map. Just an enormous amount of stuff on the map. So they've already done scope and density at the same time, and an astronomical leap from the game, you know, the games that came before it. So they really fucking shot themselves in the foot. So I would imagine the next game that comes up after this, if I had to take a guess, the next one that comes up after this is going to be about the same size, maybe smaller, unless they go away from this and do like Bloodborne 2, then it won't be anything like this at all. But if they were going to continue this path, it's same size, bit smaller, density would be about the same because you can't really make it that much more dense. And then hopefully they start actually, my greatest hope, I doubt it will happen, but my hopium is that they will take the fact that they've already built something like this so they can reuse some assets, make the pipeline a lot easier, and focus on tightening up stuff that hasn't changed that dramatically in a few games. Like the combat. Like some of the glitchy fucking, shit optimization, stuff like that. The combat has gotten a bit stale. In that everyone kind of knows how to operate in the combat. You're working with iframes, you know that the bosses are going to act a certain way. They've tried to circumvent that with mixing up boss timings where they're trying to catch you in gotcha moments now, where they're like, the boss has got the sword up in the air and they're like, wait for it, oh, nah, no, not yet, oh, maybe, and then swing. But, even that's getting old now. Like, that was something that they started in Bloodborne. And that's getting long in the tooth. And so, I would like them to perhaps focus more on drilling down on how good, not all the time, but a lot of the time, their hitboxes are, and take some of the iframes out of it. So pull back a bit on the whole idea of this boss needs to move around the screen like a 5-year-old that just accidentally snorted a line of cocaine instead of just eating the strawberries off of the fucking high chair, and then focus more on the player needing to just actually make proper movements in relation to what the boss is doing with the hitbox in mind. So take some iframes away. With the iframes going away, some of the speed and ferocity of some of the bosses need to go down because not everyone is some sort of esports god level reflexes or like F1 driver, and go in that direction. That's what I would like to see. Anyway, really long answer to your question. Lots of stuff in there that had absolutely fucking nothing to do with what you asked, but you got it anyway. I've been loving the podcast so much I went back to the story of you telling your or selling your oven to the guy who said actually both my daughters are fat. Oh my god, that guy was a legend. My favorite sale of all time. Like my secondary sale, like just like selling some shit off the house. Easily my favorite. That dude was a hero. Talked even more than I just did. Which is impressive. And a challenge. Not everyone can just run their fucking lips like I can on 4 hours of sleep in a dream. But he definitely could. And by God did he ever. And that moment where he sat there and just straight up... the progression of like, daughter's a little big, pause. Actually, no, she's just really funny. Like, she's just fat. Oh my god, nobody expected the fucking Spanish Inquisition on that one, but it happened. Dad and I looking at each other like trying to figure out how to navigate that conversation after he dropped that bomb. Not a clue. And like, but I think like the most awkward part, of course, is that the guy had his son-in-law who was married clearly to one of these daughters. It's just like, nah, my daughters are fat. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Right. Okay, so, on No Sleep in a Dream and a Timmy's French Vanilla, let's fucking pitter-patter. I really like the art style of this game, both pretty and disturbing at the same time. That's, you know, like I was saying in my ridiculously lengthy explanation of, hey, do you kind of like the game? When I mentioned I'm never concerned about the art style or the art team. Yeah, that's why. I mean, the art team at FromSoft is pretty goated. They have a very distinct style, which is hard to do in today's day and age. A lot of games have been made. Not very many of them are reminiscent of FromSoft. The lore and how they craft their worlds is also important because it frees the art team up to do damn near fucking anything. In fact, it's kind of like, have you ever seen hey young mophead, 2 months, welcome back, I appreciate that. Sit Tizzity. Fuck, that's a Lag TV callback. Have you ever seen, hey, what's up, Sergeant? I'm on that grind because I forgot it was Easter Monday and none of the fucking grocery stores are open, so I'm home early. But have you ever seen like artists that do ink blots? Where they just do an ink blot and then they draw something based on whatever the ink blot turns out to be? There's actually a guy on YouTube that I occasionally check in on that does ink blot monsters. Is he from Norway? I want to say he's from Norway. Anyway, similar, I like the similar idea. The ink blot in this analogy is the writing team, and which I know makes no sense when you consider that the art team would be the one drawing, but hear me out. So the writing and the lore are so out there and oftentimes not even incredibly specific. Hold on, let me see if they turned on anti-aliasing again every time I restart the game. They probably did. Yep. But yeah, it's not so specific, so it's like the ink blot. It's not specific. It can kind of resemble something. It can take on many forms. And then from that non-specific form, the art team can then draw the whole thing. And they can be as fucking out there as they want, because it really doesn't mess with what the writing team has in mind or goes with. It all gels very well in that regard. So they just do a great job. It's true. It's very what's the style is, if you had to give it a style, it's most closely rooted probably to what's the fucking name of it? Oh my lord. This is what no sleep gets you. Oh, the fucking guy that, the grandfather of, it's, everything's a fucking tentacle monster, and they're all elder gods that have crazy ass forms, and it's all fucking edgelord shit. Fucking, oh my god. Well, Geiger, yeah, but Lovecraft. Yeah, Geiger is a good choice. Yeah, Geiger, Lovecraftian, type of a situation. A little column A, little column B. And there have been, a number of games that, that go for that. But, I feel like they often... are more derivative Like the monsters and stuff, are very samey. Hey! Oh my god! I didn't even realize it was Kitty saying it. I haven't seen Kitty in a hot fucking minute! Our would-be resident stream clipper returns. How have you been? It has been some time. Alright, so we're gonna take a peek in through here. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't miss anything inside of here. This is, I think, this is the bad touch, right? The hands? Yeah, the hands are here. Been lurking? Oh, well that's good. As long as you're still here. That's fine. So I guess we'll go around, getting groped for a bit. Check out the area. See if I missed anything, and then I was wondering if I can get up and through here. So I'm wondering if I can get up there from back on the side here and just take a little gander. So that's how we're gonna start the day. Been well mostly, school has been going well, moved to a new place, which was super stressful. Dude, moving fucking blows. Even when it's a positive move, the act of moving is so ass. Oh my god, it's awful. It's a, you know, I think the only people that don't mind the moving process are the types of people that are blessed enough to live a very simple life at home in terms of the, you know, they don't fall victim to filling their house full or apartment full of shit. You know, they've got one chair, a $5 kitchen table, one pot, one bowl, one fork, one spoon, you know, those types. You know, they might as well be nomadic, right? Easy mode. If you're anything other than that, oh my god, it's just such a pain in the ass. Like, you know, I moved twice in the last, well, 3 times since late 2017, 2018, early 2018. And it is cheeks. I downsized every time, and it still sucked. Like, I got rid of, especially my last one before I moved in with my parents, just before the pandemic struck. I sold a bunch of my shit. I had very little left, comparatively speaking. And then moving here, which was only, like, fucking walking distance, I was like, oh my god, I still have so much shit. And so I was just throwing shit away and giving it away and fucking anything I could do to just get it the fuck out. And, yeah, holy shit. And I still feel like I have too much, but at the same time, I don't know what I would get rid of at this point. Like, I have a lot, but, like, if I started to get rid of too much more, I feel like I would be reaching for something, and it's not there. But I did get rid of a lot of stuff. I don't really have like a huge excess anymore. A lot of the stuff that I still have is not necessarily stuff that I bought. Although I have some stuff that are just like collectible things over the span of my whole life, and I'm not a big collector, I just have a couple of things. But, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that my parents kept that they gave to me that are like, you know, baby shit, that, you know, we're gonna try and keep for when eventually we have kids, and you know, things that you know, I've taken parts from throughout my life that I would like to keep as keepsakes, and there's not much of them, but they still take up space. It's really not very many things anymore. I got rid of so much shit. Like, I have, very, very little excess at this point. I would say the most excess is in this room in the trunk right here, which is all of my, like N64, PlayStation 1, all of the games and stuff like that I have, and it's just in a trunk, so it doesn't take up a lot of space, it's just a lot of stuff. It's just one box that it's in. But, you know, the stuff that I've decided to keep and, like, have on display or whatever, a lot of it's just in boxes now because I don't have anywhere to put the stuff, like on a wall down here in this office. But yeah, it's just stuff. Stuff that I don't want to get rid of because it's either worth a lot of money and I'm holding on to it, or it's for the future with kids, or it's just a keepsake that I don't want to get rid of. Like, I got rid of a lot of stuff that was one of the things that I actually forced myself to do, was get rid of, things that in the past I kept as keepsakes. And I was just like, I have to start getting rid of some stuff. And I didn't go full fucking, you know, like, does this spark joy type shit, but I did get a little bit more specific. But I'm not gonna get rid of my fucking, you know, I mean... Can you imagine a world in which I don't have my main man? You know? My main boy? Where he's been here since the beginning of time? The original, goated Kermit? Like, I'm not gonna get rid of this boy. He doesn't go anywhere. He stays out. He doesn't go anywhere. This is the OG. So stuff like this is the stuff that I kept, and similar, some similar, you know, type paraphernalia. But even stuff like, seasonal clothes and shit. Like, I don't own a lot of clothes. But all of my clothes are huge, because I'm huge. And so they take up a lot of space. And so, and in Canada, you need to have a full set of winter, and then a whatever the fuck else you wear for the rest of the year. But where's the lotion? And so, you know, you gotta have winter jackets, your sweaters and long johns and the whole fucking 9 yards. And so when it's not that, and you gotta like store them for 6 months, it just takes up a bunch of fucking space. So yeah, I don't know, it's just quite a process, but okay. How far fucking forward are you gonna make me walk before you come down here? Oh my... Bro! Jesus! I only have to hit you 3 times and you still manage to kill me? God damn. Southpaw! What a time to get raided! Shit, can I do, like, literally anything remotely entertaining that... I don't know, fucking... absolutely apropos of nothing. Let me see here. Hold on, I promise this is worth it, totally. I swear to God. I promise. This isn't just a waste of time.
That's right. Who do you think you are? I am.
That's all I've got. Huh? I'm doing a level 1 run. Oh my good God. You complete maniac. Well, I appreciate the raid, thank you very much. I'm not doing a level 1 run, I'm just doing the run. It's my first playthrough. Thank you for if you decide to hang out here for a while, we'd love to have you, but, all we ask is, while you're here, no spoilers, which includes not mentioning item names, boss names, things of that nature, because you don't know what I've done or not done. I don't know what I've done or not done. And then, if I'm asking questions out loud, ignore it, don't answer it, unless I use the safe word. I have a safe word. It's not just for the bedroom. It's hand banana. I'll let you, use your imagination. If I ask a question and preface it with the safe word, it means I'm actually asking the chat. I think it's just safe, Sergeant. I used to do, speedrun Dark Souls 3 and do level 1 speedruns and all that, so I'm used to it, but Elden Ring hit different. Bro, I've beaten all the games, I can't even begin to imagine making the decision to speedrun these games. My hat is off, if I had one. I've already been here and killed these guys with like 50 less levels. I feel like I'm playing fucking Smash Bros. And it's the Master Hand just kicking my ass. Cool horn helm. Yeah, I don't remember where I got it. I think I got it from the Bros Down Under. Not Australia, mind you. This guy has got himself completely stuck. And still kicking my ass, by the way. Like, these hands are... Are these the hardest enemy in the game? Clearly. Fucking this guy's putting the fucking I am literally getting destroyed by this fucking hand. I am, oh my god. Why did it target the small hand? I'm so fucking lost. I had less problems on bosses, for God's sake. Calm down. Holy crap, the groping is real. Wow! Alright, well, hey. Smithing stones. Toppat, thank you for the follow. Holy crap. So how many... Now, I haven't spent a lot of time in Elden Ring streams because I wanted to be completely spoiler-free. How many terrible fucking hand jokes does this place get every time somebody goes through here? Like, cause I mean, really, there's a lot of material. Enough? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of material. How are these so good at kicking my ass when they're so below my level now? I came in here with 9 pots or 8 pots. I'm at 4 pots. I barely walked through the front fucking door. There, that's all it should take. Something light. That's easy. No, fucking, I'm apprehensive. I know there's some hidden boys around here. Oh, God. Really? There we go. But I appreciate that raid. Thank you so much, Southpaw. If you haven't already, anyone that's here, there's only really one thing that you can do. And that's make sure that you check out Southpaw. And what is almost guaranteed to be a significantly more, talented stream. 420. I don't know about that, I'm a mess. Listen, my entire Dark Souls gaming career peaked when I beat Ornstein and Smo on my first attempt. After that, it's just been a complete dumpster fire. Just unimaginable dumpster fire. Look at this. Look at these cheeky little bastards. That's the crit spot? Okay. So, if you're wondering, if you're thinking to yourself, why in the shit is he back here other than to just get his ass kicked? Well, I'm in the midst of going back to places that I hadn't explored in depth at earlier levels to try and find, my girlfriend's crit spot. God damn it. Well, it would take fingers, ironically. So I'm trying to find a bunch of shit that I didn't take the time to look for the first time around. Whether it's items, bosses, you know, mini bosses or whatever else. So that's what I've been doing the last couple of days. Although yesterday, we did actually, complete and thoroughly explore what, we were calling, Pogwarts, or Pogcourts. Depending on the flavor you wanted to go for terrible Twitch meme. So that took up a good chunk of the afternoon, and then we did a bunch of other explorative work. Trying to find a bunch of stuff, beat a bunch of side bosses that I'd walked past originally. Nope. Alright, we're back inside. No more hands. Thank God. Thank the baby Jesus! You survived. So, Southpaw, have you actually completed a full run? Level 1, or is this your first level 1 run that you're attempting? Oh, right, this whole friggin' crapshoot. First level 1, I'm doing all bosses, no summons. It's unkind at times, but it isn't too bad. Yeah, I only used some summons because I was interested in what they looked like, and I've been playing offline just to try to avoid any of that shit. Not the invasion part, but just, you know, not being tempted to constantly be looking at all the memes on the ground. I can't imagine. There are some bosses that I could see being able to do at level 1. With the knowledge that I've gained over time, but there are a couple that you just couldn't pay me to do at level 1. No shot. Hardest boss was redacted. I'm trying to think. Oh my god, kicking my ass. That's what I get for not taking them seriously. Oh, fuck me. What would be the worst one, level 1, that I've fought so far that I wouldn't want to go back and face? Oh, I can tell you there are 2 right now that I haven't fought yet. That I haven't fought yet, that I've been to, that I just walked away from. And I was like, I'll come back later, because I went there too early. So, the way that my run went, let me show you how my run went using the map. So, when I first left, the opening spot, which is what, down here. Apparently the game is trying to, you know, hopefully get you to go north, as it were. You know, it's pointing you north, you leave the place north, etc., etc. Okay, I went south. And I believe, I tried to remember why I went south. But I think I went south because I saw the guy on the, you know, the golden, you know, fucker on the horse, which I've since killed. But I saw him, and I think I just went, nope, and I turned around, and I wanted to check the back of the building that you leave for an item or some nonsense. And so I did, I went south. So I went south, and I continued to go south, all the way to the Bridge of Sacrifice. Once I got ballasted in the mouth, and decided that was a bad idea. I then turned back around and I went north at this point, but I was on the northeast side, or I was on the east side of the island. And so at a very low level, I actually just ended up going up here somewhere, which then actually ended up, went in, I think it was the Mistwood Ruins or some other ruins around here somewhere. And it was the one where they had the chest that teleports you to the crystal fuckhole. And I was like level fucking, I don't know what it was, like level 5 or some bullshit. And so I was there. So my first playthrough has been very eventful in that for the first 40 hours I did not have crafting. I did not have... I didn't do 3/4 of the fucking tutorial outside of this cave. I didn't have anything. I didn't know it was, I was collecting items, I was like, clearly there's crafting in this game, and I'll unlock it eventually, but I had no idea that you unlock it typically at, like, the first place that you would go to after you leave the damn door. Anyway, it's been a very interesting run. So I killed, for example, Godric at like 50 hours in. It was my first cutscene boss. I was like, oh shit, there's cutscenes in this game? I've played it for 50 hours. It's been a real long time. I've been stuck here for 55, like I'm playing the game for 50 hours. First cutscene boss. A very interesting run. To say the least. thus far. Oh, fuck. It does not matter what level you are or what level the enemy is. If they use magic, you're going to have a bad time. Just... Fuck me. Oh, that's a fucking claymore, too. I gotta be careful. God damn. Oh my god. Dude, this guy is whooping my ass with magic. Stop it! Holy fuck! Some of these enemies are just dicks. Just be dead. Please. I definitely, when I first came here, by the way, I got to about this point, they started spawning them, like, everywhere, and I just, at the level I was at, I just said no, and I just ran through here. Yeah, they just spawn here. This whole area is like that. It's a big gacha. It's a classic Miyazaki gacha. That was actually my biggest qualm with Elden Ring the first time I played it. I didn't like the open world in comparison to the linearity of some of the other FromSoft games. I think the lack of direction took away from the experience for me. I'm also kind of on board. I think they're mostly there. If they were gonna do it, thank you for that follow, by the way, so. I think what I would prefer is if, and maybe they learn this for the next one, but they've been very hesitant to add, like, any, oh, well, first of all, what up, Meogs? I didn't see you there in chat, my bad, bro. I am up early, yes, because it was Easter Monday, I forgot the grocery stores aren't open, so here I am. Stu Joke, Cyclonic, Spado, Audiophile, and Chef Boy, Are You Dead, which is still, fuck, I love that name. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you, Meogs, for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, what I would like to see them do is maybe keep the open world, but make you actually force you to have the linearity of the tutorial section. Or not the, well, I shouldn't say that. Not the tutorial section, but if there are game mechanics to make sure that the player can't really miss them early. So stuff like the crafting and whatnot. All of that should basically just be, you either always have it or you are funneled into that area with no other path to take. I kind of understand, I think, what they were going for. I think the concept was, just like you, there are people who pride themselves on beating the game raw. Raw dog. Absolutely nothing. Hopes and dreams. And the challenges that people come up with. Like, I'm gonna beat fucking Dark Souls 1 with, you know, the Sombra de Amigo fucking Maraca controllers, left-handed, no weapons, level 1, blindfolded. And so, like, I think they know there's some people out there that are just pure fucking masochists. And so they're like, alright, we need to have this in here, and we need to have some quality of life stuff in here, but at the same time, we need to make sure that it's, like, optional to some degree so that the people that, you know, want to be able to say, I did it without even unlocking the ability to craft something. Instead of, you know, just having it be there and then just having those people just not craft anything. But I do think that the open world stuff is okay, but I agree that there could be some more linearity included, perhaps to just tighten up the experience to get people primed for the greater open world. I think that's one thing that they didn't quite nail in this. So for, like, people that never played a Souls game before, and there's a lot of them that Elden Ring is their first Souls game, that's probably an unfortunate thing for them. Because if you've played Dark Souls games before, at least you have that to go on. But if you haven't, and you just walk into this shit, even with all the extra quality of life that they provide, woo! Especially if you did what I did and go south. Be a bad time. Does it say more about me if I say my usual game off stream is Escape from Tarkov? You certainly like to be able to. You seemingly like to have a lot of risk reward. I guess let's go with that. You like the idea that at any given moment everything could be stripped away from you and you could be homeless on the street. You know, licking the underside of a dumpster behind a Taco Bell for sustenance. I would say that's probably pretty indicative. But nevertheless. How fatalist? No. It's just conceptually the combination of a man who wants to play through the entirety of Elden Ring at level 1, but then also offline with absolutely no other no real reward structure from streaming, play Escape from Tarkov is a very interesting and he's a rare breed. He's a rare breed, that, but he's also evidently, given the name in Muay Thai, clearly left-handed. And so shit, we're just all in on the outliers here. I am impressed with how much health these doges still have when I'm hitting as hard as I do now. Stare God in the face and say, "Hurt me, daddy." I tried that for a while and all it got me was crippling nerve damage in my legs, a possible heart condition, and no hair. I lost that battle. I lost that battle, admittedly. Have you played Neo or Neo 2? I dipped my toes in the Neo water. It just wasn't for me. I do think they're phenomenal games, it just wasn't for me. Do I need to go get some- I do need to go get some sleep, though. It was good to meet you. I'll leave you, tab up for sure. Hey, I appreciate that, Soapon. Thank you so much once again for that raid. It's not often, this old guy gets raided these days, so it's greatly appreciated when it does happen. You have yourself a good one. I will try. It's difficult because, and I'm sure you understand this, as somebody who's now going to sleep after streaming, I don't get to watch streams very often, but my god, if you're telling me you're doing a level 1 fucking run, I might have to go and check it out if I get a few minutes of my time. So thank you again, so you have yourself a good one. Speaking of Tarkov, have you seen the Viva La Dirt League skit on it, feeling like, getting punched in the dick? I don't think I've seen that, but that does describe Tarkov. It's kind of like getting repeatedly punched in the dick. Except, that's not your fetish, and you're just kind of along for the ride. It was the enemy respawning after a treacherous traversal that did me in. Yeah. I just didn't gel with the combat difference. It just didn't, like, to some people it felt amazing, but to me, I couldn't find my rhythm, and so it became a very tedious learning process. And honestly, I almost didn't play Elden Ring because I've played, like I was mentioning before, all the Dark Souls games, and I did like them, but they're getting a bit long in the tooth for me and a bit repetitive, and the idiosyncrasies that I was able to put up with before, you know, start to get a bit more grating as time goes on. And so I was just thinking, you know, maybe I don't even want to play this, etc., etc. And so with Neo, it was, I already had those feelings, and I had to relearn like a whole combat system, and I just was not, I was not about that life. But I do think they're really, really great games. Ow. Neo was my first experience of Souls-like games? Yeah, so you'd have a similar thing going from Neo to something like this, where it would be a bit jarring, combat-wise. But if I had to... It's hard to say, but I want to say that there's a good shot that going from Neo to Dark Souls instead of Dark Souls to Neo might be easier? It's really hard to say, though. Either way, yeah, you could definitely give it a look-see. Elden Ring is, you know, the most accessible of all the Dark Souls games by miles. It's still not in the sense that it's like so much easier or something, but just the quality of life stuff they've included is a big boon. Yeah, the combat is simpler in Dark Souls insofar as that the styling for the style of staying alive, or the styles that are made available to you to stay alive, are, I guess, more rudimentary. I don't know if I'd say that that the combat is necessarily easier. I just think it's different. So, for example, in Neo, the enemies and bosses aren't, on average, as batshit crazy in terms of like their speed, the amount of openings that you get, etc., etc. Neo is closer to like a rhythm game slash a dance back and forth with bosses and enemies. It's a bit more slow and deliberate in your attacks and your defensive stylings. Dark Souls is has gone the opposite direction, where it's more about iframes and an enormous amount of just fucking, and it's just everything's being thrown at you all at once, all the time, and just more. Well, shit. I didn't necessarily mean to come down here, but I'm here now. Elden Ring to me was trying to recapture that Dark Souls 1 magic, but unfortunately all of the Dark Souls modders are still lurking about and tore it to pieces with all the different challenge runs. Well, yeah. I mean, they definitely, in a couple of the areas in this game, intentionally made it Dark Soulsy. Without question. They really went for that, original Dark Souls 1 feel in level design, enemy placement, etc., etc. That was all very much obvious. I'm trying to remember if I've ever fucking been here. I want to say yes, but I can't remember. Or not. Anytime I can look through a window in a Dark Souls game, because very few of the windows are actually windows in these games. Anytime I can look through a window, I always try to look through the window, because almost always, not all the time, but almost always, you will see that there is a room that you didn't know was there, or a hidden path, or some other fuckery that you wouldn't see unless you specifically got to and looked through that window. So I always try to make a point of peeping the windows. I'm gonna go back down here. Actually, this is not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go back up here. I need to reinstall Dark Souls 2 and take a go at it. It's the only Dark Souls game I have in my library. Dark Souls 2 is an interesting one because it wasn't made by, like, let's call them the A-team, right? And it was crazy broken on launch. However, it has gotten a lot of it fixed over time. I mean, it's not being patched fucking anymore, but they did fix a lot of it. And, I actually think Dark Souls 2 is, in general, very good. And in some instances, I think that it was an actual improvement over 1. I think the viable weapon selection and stuff in 2, from what I can remember, was better than 1. Some of the boss designs and some of the dungeon designs and stuff were also really cool. But it was just such a broken game. Oh my lord. It was a hot mess. Even by Dark Souls standards, it was a 5-alarm fire. I was never in the Dark Souls space, so I didn't realize how many games, at least newerish ones, you actually have to read their descriptions or look their gameplay up because it might be a Souls-like game now. Yes. When Dark Souls 1 released, there was, like, the chain reaction was kind of interesting. So, I actually attribute early Twitch TV to the success of Dark Souls. So, Dark Souls 1 comes out, very few people played Demon Souls. It was a very niche thing. Only a handful of people knew about it, let alone played it, let alone beat it. Then Dark Souls 1 came out, and it was still very niche. And it stayed that way until people started watching streamers play it. And the word started to spread like, oh, this is this really unique, very difficult, hardest game ever was used constantly. And that was the tagline, for Dark Souls, and the draw. And it was also a draw for streamers, because now it's come see me, torture myself, trying to beat this game. And every time, from a viewer's perspective, it was a new experience watching somebody try to play Dark Souls. And it blew up. The sales went up. Everything went up. And it was enough that Dark Souls 2 was made. And by the time they got around to doing Bloodborne, that was the show. They'd found their way into the more mainstream. And now with Elden Ring, they're all the way in now. Like this, now it gets very interesting. But back then, all that to say, after Dark Souls 1 caught traction and had this you know, slightly greater than cult-like following, Souls-likes started being developed almost immediately. And popping up all over the place. Whether it was a top-down indie game or a full-fledged 3D, you know, AA quality game experience. All over the place. There's so many of them now. Now, very few of them actually capture the magic. Some of them are good games, but very few of them capture the magic, so to speak. I know some hardcore Dark Souls fans saying not to play Dark Souls 2 to experience Souls-like games. I think that's maybe a bit silly. The Dark Souls community, you gotta be careful with the Dark Souls community, because, especially the more hardcore Dark Souls community folks, because they are very particular people. I think Dark Souls 2 is fine to play. Is it gonna be janky? You fucking bet your ass. However, I don't know of a single Souls game that isn't janky. It might be more janky than some, but you're gonna get jank in all of them. Including Elden Ring. The jank is there. Touching some ass! The invade function was the things that added to the Dark Souls experience, right? Definitely a big part for a lot of people. It's never been my thing. I almost always play offline. And usually I don't summon, ever. Whether it's people or just AI NPCs. But that's what's nice about Dark Souls, is you've got a lot of options. It's a double-edged sword, because sometimes the options are so vast, you lock yourself in, and the systems are pretty restrictive. Elden Ring has remedied that to a degree. But yeah, the summoning definitely added to it. Being able to be invaded by people at any time, in zones, and having PvP. You know, a lot of people were very invested, and loved that about it. Which I always thought was kind of interesting. Because the combat was, you know, the combat is good, and was at the time anyway, less so now, but still to a degree, I suppose, unique. But I never played Dark Souls and thought to myself, man, this combat would definitely be dope in PvP. That definitely never crossed my mind. But lots of people, big fans. Big fans. All the spoopy boys forever. We got some ashes in here. What a mess. We woke up, we kind of woke up the whole neighborhood. Didn't we? Bit of a dick move, that. Ain't nobody got time for stopping and fighting all these guys. love getting my immersion interrupted by Sweat Lord 69 when I'm solo gaming. Yeah, well, that was a bit of it too, is it just kind of felt... Now, like, lore-wise, in the games, I always, you know, I thought they did a cool job of you know, managing to work in a reason for why that would happen. But yeah, having having their player names show up, and it's like, you know, Mumfucker73, or like XX, Ninja Gaiden XX. It wasn't ideal. Lots of items over here, but not seeing anything more. I thought, well, there is that. There's the Everjail, which I thought there'd probably be an Everjail over here. We'll do that. But that's new. That's the gate up there. Oh no, I've seen that from another angle. That's the Evergate. Never mind, that's not new. I trolled myself. That's just the Evergate. Down there, though, have I ever gone all the way? Up there? I don't know. We might have to take a look. The modding community took to Dark Souls hard, just like Fallout 3, but less TMCA. Yeah, oh yeah, the modding community was huge. Which I also found very interesting. You know, mostly because it's not like the easiest game in the world to mod. Let me just prepare. Hello, I'd like to sell you a vacuum cleaner! Oh my god, he's already fucked me up. This man... Well, he's not doing a lot of damage, but... he's already annoying. Bro. Calm down, Satan! Wow, this guy is just a barrel of fun. No, you're fucked now, bud. Meteorite! I had a sneaking suspicion that would be what would be taken away. No, not a lot of damage to that guy, but annoying skill set. Oh, Bloody Reed, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. I feel like the modding community don't get the respect that they deserve sometimes. You have games out there that would have been sent to the Shadow Realm, but those modding communities kept that franchise alive and kicking. The entire Bethesda catalog. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I think the modding community gets recognition. I think the modding community, I don't know if that's true. I think there's maybe some like more esoteric games, you know, that could be said for. I think Dark Souls with or without modding would have been fine. I think Bethesda games without modding aren't nearly as popular though. I think that one's definitely changes the game you remove the ability to fix and mod Elder Scrolls or Fallout, and holy wow. Especially the long tail success of those games would be abysmal. Like, it would be a lot harder to perpetuate the sale of many of those games without the modding capabilities. But definitely, there are games that are a little bit more on the fringe that modding keeps that shit going. I think everyone likes modders. In general. Maybe they just don't go out of their way to, you know, pat them on the back constantly. You know, the only people that don't like modders are Nintendo. And maybe Atlas. Where would the Dark Souls franchise be without DS fix? Permanently on consoles. I think Skyrim would have maintained popularity and still been fine. I mean, it's sold like fucking 20 million copies on consoles where mods are scarce to non-existent, but the culture, I think the problem with even trying to discuss something like that is, how do you discuss the popularity and culture around Bethesda games, you know, if you were to take away the fact that they give up the actual tools that they made the fucking game with for the most part. You know, like they're so tied together throughout the history of the company that it's, you know, damn near impossible to even hypothetically consider what that would have been like. I do think it would have been fine and still sold lots of copies. I just think that it's a very different... Sold less copies for sure, and just a very different culture around those games entirely. No question about it. Word? There's one of you down here just fucking chilling? I don't suppose you also have a fucking sword? Oh, you're literally the same guy. You are... I fought you yesterday. You're a glass cannon like me. Fucker. Oh my lord. This is the same fucking... Jesus! You're the same guy! What the fuck? Wow, that hit me? Holy fuck. Kind of embarrassing how bad I am at fighting today. There's a strong possibility it's because I'm on 4 hours of sleep. 2 days in a row. I'm not saying I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying there's a chance. There's a chance. I can't get over the fact you're streaming this hour. Well, like, the idea was I was going to, you know, go get groceries today. And I wouldn't be live until much later. Then when I went to go pick up M from work, on the way there I went, wait a minute, this is Easter Monday. What just hit me for like literally any damage? I didn't even see an attack happen. These guys have some fucking wackadoodle, like, attacks where the animation is super short before it registers damage. So when I realized that, I was like, well, shit, I can't go get groceries. And so I was like, well, I could go home and I could go back to bed and wake up at like fucking, you know, wake up with them later in the day, or wake up a little later, you know, earlier in the morning, but later, like let's say like 11 o'clock or maybe even noon, get a couple more hours of sleep. But I knew I also, without groceries, I had to like salvage something and try and get some sort of dinner prepped, because M works again tonight. I'm gonna have to go get groceries to her. This is a very busy fucking week in general. I was hoping to spread it out more, but I'm gonna have to just do everything in like three fucking days. So, yeah. So I just said fuck it. So I'm here. Bashing the hell out of them dudes? Well, given my level, I should really be taking almost no damage, and killing them much faster, but, I'm very sloppy today. I'm way too tired. God help me if I actually have to, like, focus and fight a boss that's at my level. I'm gonna be... Oh my god, the sodium. If you guys have any latent blood pressure or heart conditions where sodium might be, you know, you gotta watch your sodium intake. America, one of the most Christian practicing countries, doesn't celebrate Easter as wild. Oh, what are you talking about? Good Friday and Easter Monday are totally a thing. It's just not all companies recognize both. Some will, or, you know, or either. Some will recognize Good Friday, some will recognize Easter Monday. If Easter fell on a, you know, well, always, I guess it is a Sunday thing. So they'll recognize one, sometimes both. That's what I mean. If it's, well, that's what I mean. It's not a national holiday, so it's not mandated. And so it's a company by company basis. It's not a national holiday here either. So, like, in the sense that you don't have to fucking take it off. Let's see. Halfway there. Alright, so the Everjail is done. I could drop down, because I kind of want to go up through the ravine. But let's go down below here. I am Cow, hear me moo! I apologize 5 minutes ago, I missed that. That's my bad. 90 in a row. 90 total. And still one of the goated names on the Twitch.tv platform. God fucking bless. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a hot minute. Although the lurk is strong, so it's entirely possible you never left. For all I know. Oh yeah, today and tomorrow the Easter candy clearance. Right up there with the post-Valentine's Day chocolate. Mario movie is now past Frozen 2 Fires Go. Oh yeah, that was a couple days ago now. Well, that movie is gonna make some money. That's what I thought. I am Cow. Still here. Also, Blood. Thank you for that follow 10 minutes ago. I'm missing shit all over the place. I was too busy getting my ass kicked. A common occurrence. Really? Okay, so, $1,000,000 question. How do I go down there without dying? By jumping. Let's see. Can we find the usual... Yep, here we go. Boop. Boop. Let's see, we've got a reduction of Miyazaki's per second down here. Oh, I've been down here. This was where one of the invisible boys was rolling around in the water. The jelly bean variant of every candy is leaving soon. Rip jelly bean variants. Until next time. Have you started working on a career shift into programming? So much hype at the moment for future GPT workflows. Not bought into the hype, but it definitely shift the industry to value soft skills and pure architecture design more. Yeah, it'll be very interesting. It's fun to watch YouTube videos from various people in the industry at all sorts of levels, whether they're a junior, a senior, a general senior person that was like at some company that nobody fucking cares about, or like I was a senior developer at fucking Google. You know, all sorts of shit. Everyone's got a different take. Is this going to completely decimate junior software engineers? Is this going to completely rewrite you know, how everything is done for the better, for the worse? Does it just become a tool that speeds up everyone's workflows and rising tides, you know, raises all boats? Is it going to be something that just completely rocks the entire market and just eviscerates the number of jobs available because they're just going to have senior software engineers do literally fucking everything with a reach around from GPT? Very interesting to see everyone's takes on that. I haven't started like hard into my studies as of yet. But yeah, but I still, you know, if I got time, I'm watching stuff here and there that's like in short form, just so that like at the very least I'm getting, general knowledge of terminology and the vernacular and the nicknames for and everything else, so that when I do sit down, I'm not constantly like, what the fuck does this mean? What the fuck is this? What are they even talking about? Because I don't really, I'm not set up for splitting my days up into that just yet. But yeah, it is an interesting thing. What do I think is going to happen? I think there's a good chance that, I mean, I think the baseline that a lot of people are concerned about is that most companies, they just go, all right, we have a bottom line. We want that bottom line, you know, to be as green as possible, with as little fucking work as possible, and in saying that, as few employees as humanly possible. And so, I think there will be a time in which they look at all this, buy into the hype, because you have to remember, for the next probably 10 years, this is going to be a, what up, Dap Red? Go touch some bed. I did touch it, briefly. There's gonna be a period where, they buy into this hype, because you have to remember, probably the next 5 to 10 years, this is gonna be like a VHS versus Betamax, an HD DVD versus Blu-ray, you know, kind of a situation, you know, disc-based versus CD-ROM, you know, who is going to come out on top. Is it GPT? Is it Bird? Is it, you know, whatever the fuck. And then to what capacity and what specialties do these all have? And so what, but so what I'm saying is the companies that own these and are developing these are going to hype the fuck out of them and their capabilities, because it's an arms race right now. And so, what does that mean? Well, it means that a lot of companies, as anyone knows that has ever worked for a company, the people that make a lot of the decisions in middle and upper management, especially upper management, like COOs, for example, they buy into anything that would make them look good whatsoever. And so, they're very susceptible to marketing hype. And anything that's got a fucking buzzword in it. So they're gonna look at it and say, okay, what can we do to fold this in, and probably fold this in, because what do companies also like to do? They like to add a bunch of responsibility to somebody's job description and pay them no more money for it. And what does AI enable people to do? The same thing that we've been doing for about 40 years now, which is increase productivity by orders of magnitude, but not pay people any more money for said increase in productivity. So you have your AI assistant that is now going to, for companies, probably look at them and say, all right, well, we can just eliminate like fucking nearly, you know, an entire swath of people towards the bottom of the company and just shift all of that menial work up, because so much of it's going to be automated now by artificial intelligence, is what they think. Not knowing that not every fucking middle manager or senior or something is going to be good enough to prompt the AI to generate results, or even know what to do with the results in order to be that efficient, or if that efficiency will actually end up being better, or if it will just result in overwork for these people. And they're just gonna invariably end up rehiring people below them anyway. So there's gonna be a really weird period where I think it's gonna cut into the job market, and then that's gonna revert a bit, but it's going to be slightly different jobs that are modified, that could have stayed old jobs modified, but we're gonna go through a period where everyone's trying to like fucking save money. Especially right now, this comes at a really weird time because the economy's in the fucking toilet, companies are looking to save money, they're cutting jobs like fucking crazy anyway, and so now they're like, oh, thank fucking God, we can just get fucking Sally and Jim from accounting to take over the fucking marketing department with Midjourney and ChatGPT to write copy. And so that's, you know, it's gonna be an awkward phase. I equate this to the next industrial revolution, where it's gonna require a lot of people in the job market to retrain, and retrain for a lower number of jobs early on that will then open up. I look at this as yet another knife in the back of the entire millennial and young Gen X generation that has survived multiple economic collapses, job market collapses, and now we are on the other side despite the enormous amount of transferred wealth upwards through the expanse of the IT industry post-2008 collapse, where the interest rate dropped out and everyone just printed fucking money. We now get seated with AI being the shift. So now people are gonna have to retrain and go through all that bullshit. So it's a real fun time for this generation. Gen Z is like right on the cusp. Many Gen Zs are just leaving or still in post-secondary, many of them doing software engineering stuff as it is, and so they're a little bit concerned. The good news is their degree is probably more valuable now than it ever has been, as long as they learn to adapt and use the AI. They're fine. But yeah, the thing about AI right now and for the foreseeable future is that the reason why prompt engineers exist and get paid like 300 grand a year should tell you everything you need to know about the utility of AI as it stands. If you need to pay somebody if you need to pay somebody $250,000 a year to be able to fucking prompt an AI to get something out the other side that's actually A, usable, or B, interpretable by the prompt engineer, and the engineer knows that what it's getting out, or what they're getting out is correct, and not just hallucinated, should tell you everything you know. I don't think prompt engineering is going to be a job that exists for more than maybe 10 years. I think that's probably going to go away eventually. When they start adding things like long-term memory to AI, to these AI like large language models and all this other bullshit. I think that will help a great deal with the hallucinations. And as it gets trained over time, it will definitely be better. But I do think that there will be an extended period of time where there will always be a question mark of, is what this AI, is what it's giving, is whatever it's giving me actually fucking correct? And that's kind of scary. Because there will be a time where, you know, you really don't know unless you know. Or go and look it the fuck up and make sure. This is gonna be a wild fucking ride. I don't 100% know what to make of it. That's kind of where I'm at right now with my takes on everything. I think the best thing to do is, if you're in the industry or going into the industry, is just accept that it is a way to, if anything, learn faster. Because you can, if you know how to prompt it, do a really good job of putting together a way of learning, programming, or relearning languages that you've walked away from and stuff faster. Do I think that it's also useful to increase your workflow the same way as like Stack Overflow did and whatnot? Yeah, absolutely. It's just a faster version of Googling your shit a lot of times. But not all the code it spits out is perfect, so you still have to know a little bit of what the fuck you're doing in order to make the efficiency worth it. I think I know where this leads, but I'm gonna go up here anyway. Well, the Pope jacket thing was funny because I think anyone that's chronically online could immediately see, other than the fact that it's the Pope in a ridiculous jacket, could immediately see that it was AI generated. It was very obvious to me that it was AI generated, not just because it was the Pope wearing a fucking like Balenciaga jacket, but I mean, that is probably the worst part about AI. I'm not so worried about the job market. I am a little bit worried about the job market, the transition for just people that are going to be caught up in it. I'm more worried about what it means for politics and the legal system in general. Both of those things do not move fast. AI moves fast, and fast enough in ways that makes things convincing enough to be a problem. Oh, I've not been here. Otherwise I would have this. Oh yeah, oh that will 100%, you know, it's porn first, which we got. We already had the deepfake porn. Like we've done past that. So it's porn first, then oh fuck me. It's porn first, then memes. Then memes get spun into conspiratorial and misinformation campaigns, and then full-blown you know, political misinformation campaigns and all that other shit. Meth got fucking auto-modded. He even caught it with the spaces. I'm impressed. Meth said, so long as American politics protects lies and malicious parody as freedom of speech, it's gonna get butt-fucked. Even if it doesn't, it'll get butt-fucked with this shit. But watching people in politics try to, like, even understand, even understand how TikTok connects to the internet, like that meme, that guy. That should tell you what kind of trouble we're in. You know, having people like that in political positions is not the end of the world. If they didn't have such a fucking ego that they surrounded themselves with experts that were capable of helping them navigate. Like, you can't be somebody in politics and understand everything that you need to know at an expert level to make the best decisions for everyone all the time. That's just not how it works. Like, nobody's got that kind of an ability to have mastery in all of these. But so you have to be able to accept your shortcomings and fill in the gaps with experts around you to help you navigate those fields. But that just doesn't really happen. What up, Mark? Yeah, I got my 4 hours of sleep. I forgot that it was Easter Monday, so I couldn't go get groceries, and I prepped dinner for cooking later, and then I was like, well, shit. Fuck it, just try and stay awake and go to bed early tonight. Honestly, I kind of hope it destroys all credibility of the internet at large and we get to actually vet news again, but I'm not, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. But there will be an entire industry that crops up that will be like, kind of like, you know, the existing security market, except now it will be like, my algorithm is used to discover if your algorithm was responsible for generating this content, or whether it's image or text. Presents the concept of everyone having their own personal chat instance with their personal pseudo language to the Fireship one or something similar. I've watched a video on that, not you know, it might have been yesterday, day before. And yeah, I mean, I could totally see that happening where the AI is capable of getting to a point where you can just prompt it to use your own pseudo language so that you can understand, you know, you can input and code however you feel, you know, comfortable, and then another person's AI can convert your pseudocode to their pseudocode. Like, that would be useful. I'm lurking because I'm in a shitty headspace. I saw a meme earlier. Of course, our politicians can't fix things. They were born in 1940 and still think monthly mortgage is under $700 a month. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't help. I also think that I mean, that's not entirely true. There's a lot of them that aren't necessarily that old, and I think a lot of the ones that are even that old are actually much more aware than we, you know, than the memes that we make about them would, you know, would have you believe. I just think they don't fucking care. I think it's less about raw ignorance all the time, although it's clearly a problem, and more about just self-serving, and that's it. I think you could boil it down to self-serving behavior and willful ignorance versus, you know, just straight ignorance. As dumb as some of these people might seem, you have to have some level of intelligence to attain the status that they have. Otherwise, you or I or somebody else very likely would have already been in their place. You have to be a certain type of person with a certain type of personality, and you have to have a relative level of intelligence in order to lord over people in such a way that that they find that you are competent enough to be there. If there's any voting involved. Of course, there are lots of people in positions that perhaps that didn't get fucking voted in so much as they were just put in their place by somebody else that was voted in, but you understand what I mean. It's kind of like people looking at Donald Trump and be like, he's fucking retarded! No, he's not. He's probably smarter than most people that call him retarded. He's just insane. Like, he's clearly a psychopath with zero feeling. for anything. I think one of the best examples of this is look at presidents that you can tell actually still have the capacity for empathy, and watch how fast they age in 4 years. Trump started old and left looking the same fucking way. Zero empathy. Like that is, which makes sense, because he was a pseudo successful businessman, right? Well, I know Trump wears a lot of makeup, but the amount of makeup he was wearing did not change over the course of his presidency. He doesn't look significantly older or more haggard now than he did when he started. I think, as a pseudo-successful businessman, you typically have, as is known via actual study, psychopathic behavior, because you have to be able to lack a certain amount of empathy to step over top of people and make decisions that are usually ethically questionable to attain and maintain certain levels of status in business, in a purely or majority capitalistic society. You have to have it actually benefits you to have fringe psychopathic behavior. It both attracts those people and rewards them for their behavior. And so you get a convergence of behaviors that you can see, across many people in business. That's not to say that there aren't people in business that don't display that. There's just very few in comparison. Hi. Oh, we got all sorts of these boys here. I'm sorry, did I just walk through some shit with fucking poison that almost memed me right off the top? Word? These crystals? Was it crystal that fucked me up? Am I smoking crystal meth? Tier 4 smithing stones. I need those. So this is an appropriate level for where I want to be. I would agree that he probably has some learning disabilities, but to say that Trump is wholly stupid is in itself wholly stupid. To anyone who says that, even if I gave somebody $1 million to start, let's say, and then told them to go and do what Trump has done, even to fail upwards in the ways that Trump has done, not very many people are going to do it. Not gonna be capable. Trump spoke some serious facts when he was doing his speeches before his presidency. When people were grilling him like, "Oh, look at Trump, he's so bad. He dodges all these taxes, he takes all these loopholes," and he just straight up said, he said, "Yeah, of course I do. Because they're made available to me by the very people in this room that are running against me. And they take advantage of them too. The difference is I'm just honest about it and I just tell you that I do it." That was some of the most real shit ever spoken on stage during a presidential debate. Like we all know that when they get up there and the candidates, whether it's inter-party or extra-party between, there's so much nonsense. So much nonsense and just bullshit being slung. And so we all know that they're fucking lying about a bunch of stuff, or they're not being forthcoming and hypocritical. And so it's not shocking that a lot of people voted for Trump just based on pre-presidency Trump, because he actually, the stuff that he chose to be forthcoming about was refreshing to the, you know, it was refreshing to everyone, I think. I just wouldn't have personally voted for him. I wasn't, you know, nice to hear it, but I wasn't gonna fucking vote for him. His policies were wild. But it's true, like, you know, and when he said, like, why, you know, Hillary, why, and all the time you've been, why haven't you pushed to make any of these changes? Why haven't you talked to your friends? Your family is one of the most connected fucking families in the history of American politics. What do you do the same shit? All of us do. We're all taking advantage of this shit. What are you coming after me for? I think he isn't stupid himself, but he can control stupid people very easily. That's yeah, but that's a skill. Not everyone can do that. And some of it is personality that you just have, and some of it is actually... Oh, these crystals do fuck you up. Oh boy. Oh, this whole cave is just... We're down bad in here. Yeah, that takes a certain amount of skill. No, exactly. You can't be a stupid con man. You have to be able... You can't con somebody... It's kind of like you can't con a con man. Like, and it also speaks to the different types of intelligence that exist, right? Very different levels of intelligence. Jeff is infinitely more intelligent than I am in many ways, as I am him. But conventionally, people would be like, "Oh, Jeff's just, you know, he's a clown or whatever." Jeff is a fucking smart motherfucker. He's like he's a street smart, self-taught kind of an individual, and that takes a totally different fucking bag of tricks than I have. Totally different fucking bag of tricks. And oh, it's a fucking dishwasher. But people look at intelligence and be like, oh, well, what's their IQ? Or like, did they go to university? Or, you know, what are, you know, can they, you know, they want to do everything based on, you know, some sort of metric that rarely covers the many ways in which intelligence can be looked at. A lot of times emotional intelligence is completely ignored, for example. This is a fucking long-ass elevator ride, isn't it? Pull the lever, Kronk! Oh, we got a very fast elevator with some items on the way. This is gonna take some time to fucking hit these jumps. Alright, there's my item I'm looking for. A new larger TV yeah, and then destroying it with the sword. That was which really didn't happen. That was probably the best part about that whole fucking thing, was the sword failing to actually do any damage to the TV. All of these look like they're too far of a fucking drop. Spoopy. Damn, this place is loaded, son. Yeah, Jeff's ability to monetize a crowd is absolutely fucking insane. I will never not be impressed with his ability to monetize a crowd. The peak of that, of course, of the just sheer madness of it early on was the chainmail sushi. That was just complete fucking madness. This is a copy-paste of the Crystal Cave where the Crystal Bull boss door is. Fucking Jesus Christ, I knew I was dead. I fucking knew it. As soon as I heard the fucking little yeah, I knew it. Blood loss, here we come. Oh, wow, that's a fucking hike. Jesus Christ, Miyazaki. Really? Ay, 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 ay. Blood loss is the only thing worse than magic in Dark Souls games. Because all of the enemies that apply blood loss also attack at fucking Mach speeds. And tend to stagger you as well, so that you can't respond in any meaningful way. And they also tend to put them in groups, so even if you avoid one, you're getting fucked up by another. Just a real pain in the ass. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Bloodless X Machina, the next installment of the Souls franchise. Yeah. Is the plan with the StarCraft 2 cast to get back into the scene to prep for Stormgate? Well, I mean, that's probably, I think that's Jeff's, part of Jeff's plan, personally. I know he's trying to rope me into doing Stormgate stuff. But, so it is a little bit of that, it's a little bit just because, we felt like doing it. Admittedly, Jeff more than me, but I do enjoy doing a couple a week just because the community is so excited to see it. The Stormgate thing, though, I'm just being tentative about it. I don't foresee myself wanting to spend enormous amounts of time in a given week doing casting content for YouTube without great financial reward. Your head gets the headset dents like mine does, I hate that. My head, it's not a headset dent, it's conveniently there, but I've had that exact shape head my entire fucking life from childhood. I actually mentioned this the other day when I was doing like gymnastics when I was a kid, doing like headstands and shit. It was a pain in the ass, because I gotta peek the fuck back up here. But yeah, without great financial reward, like I don't mind doing some StarCraft stuff here and there because, you know, the fans get a lot of enjoyment out of it, but I'm not looking to re-add a bunch of casting to my life, without an enormous amount of money. Because I'm trying to turn this whole thing into a well-oiled machine where it is a secondary source of income, not a primary source. Jeff, this is still his primary thing. Content creation is his primary income. And so for him to add on some shit, especially if it starts making money, it's just another avenue of making money for him in this line of work where, you know, I'm not making $250,000 a year, so I can't just keep sitting around making content for like an extra $500 a month. If it's gonna take me, you know, 5 hours, 6 hours a week, right? Like my time would be better spent doing something else. If I want to have a family of my own and have a kid and pay this fucking house off and survive the economic collapse of North America. Primary source of income. Jeff has rental properties, but if you think those rental properties are his primary source of income, you are way off base. Way. You can have, like, just put this into perspective. So, like, per unit, you could, after tax, money aside for repairs and upkeep, and anything else, right now, you would be banking, let's say, $600 a month to $1,000 if you're really lucky, depending on the expense of the unit. Clear. Which means, in order to live, a lifestyle, a certain lifestyle, you would need to own a fucking bucket of property. Also, in order to buy so many properties, you don't just get that just from properties. You can take value out of one and dump it into another one, but that's not perpetual. You can only do that so much. The debt load has to be, like, there's some math involved. You just have to often have the money. But no, the rental income is far from his primary source of income. Content creation is 90% or more. Probably 95. Mm-hmm. Just to be able to get my fucking shit back. There's one. There's two. Oh, they just send the whole fucking lollipop guild out here, eh? They come out of everywhere. It's Dogecoin, isn't it? Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Missed the Dogecoin run. Adam might know, but in Australia we have the concept of negative gearing, where you can offset the cost of managing the loan to offset taxable income. Oh! No, I don't think we have that here. They have that in the States where you can write off part of your mortgage on your taxes, which would be fucking amazing, but no. We don't have that here. Last I heard, Jeff was negotiating buying an apartment building, so I assumed that was paid for by streaming, and then the sweat equity of fixing the place up. Oh yeah, no, Jeff doesn't do a lot of sweat equity. There's no sweat equity. Jeff pays for everything to be done, all the renovation work and stuff. Early on, I think maybe the first property he might have done a little bit himself, or his father, who is a general contractor for doing, some stuff like, drywalling and things of that nature, would have been involved for sure, but no, all that stuff just gets paid for. He's got contractors and stuff that he works with for his properties now that he pays to do all that work. Because he makes more money, doing anything else. So all of the work and stuff that he has ahead of time before he buys the property, you know, like anyone should, you evaluate how much money is going to be spent, not just to gain the property, but to bring the property up to speed for what it needs to be before you rent it or sell it, etc. And work all of that cost in, and then make sure that it's still, you know, going to be immediate cash flow versus, you know, unless the property that the building is sitting on or some other shit is going to be worth, you feel like, so much more money in the future. You don't necessarily want to rely on that very often. You want to be like immediately in the green. So yeah, no, all of that is handled ahead of time and paid for other people doing it. So it's not a sweat equity thing, but you know, content creation for Jeff is just long since, and not like, so subscription income and things like that are great, but just like anything, and Jeff has said this much on the podcasts as well, and it's the same for him as it would be for anyone. Sponsored content is where all sorts of that money comes. Like, that's probably 50% of any streamer's income that hits a certain level is sponsored content, where that's where the actual money is. It's not subscriptions. It would be sponsored content followed by tips followed by subscriptions. And well, sponsored content, tips, ad revenue, subscriptions. Subscriptions are like basically the bottom of the fucking list once you hit a certain size. And so, yeah. Merch is nice, but it rarely turns a profit. Well, it will turn a profit because everyone's outsourcing their shit to a company like Spreadshirt or Teespring or what's it called? Redbubble. Places like that. So like, yeah, you turn a profit, but it doesn't make that much money. Like, unless you're shipping fuck tons, you could sell a t-shirt for 25 bucks and you're gonna make $5 a shirt. Yeah, get that red tube collab he's always been looking for. Yeah. I don't, and I think, as far as his dad goes, I think he still, if it's drywall related stuff or anything like that, I think he still has his dad and his dad's crew do the work. It's just easy. It's just like, that's the best case scenario, right? But, yeah, that's, but it's not sweat equity in this, like, as in, he and his dad and a couple of guys are in there doing the work themselves by hand without paying a crew to do it or something like that. The projects would be too big, it'd take too long, and they wouldn't make any money. That was like when Jeff, like, to give you the mindset that Jeff is in, like, there was a podcast months ago, where Dad and I weren't done this place yet, and we were taking a while to get the basement done to be, so that we could rent it. To take some of the staying into the mortgage and just make money. And Jeff was like, oh man, it wouldn't be me. I'd just be spending the money and just fucking have been done and start making money. And I was like, well, that would be great, but it requires money to spend. And we didn't, if we were gonna pay for the house to be done with laborers, we would have had to have found an extra, oh boy, 60 to 80 grand for the whole place. Just for the basement, probably 20. Not including materials. And I think I put 17 grand in the basement because it was pretty much done. With the last owner, but we still ended up putting 17 grand in. So I would have had to have just made 37 grand appear. Out of thin air. Oh! Shit, where did I find... Didn't know I had that money. Does Canada also have trade shortages? Ends up 6-month lead time for basic jobs. Yes, it's not as bad as it was. It's still pretty nasty for certain trades and depending on your job. And if you have a smaller job, obviously you get further down the list. We booked our windows installation, for example. And it took over a year to get the windows. For example. Every elevator, you always want to do this. So, there's that, is still a problem for sure. And then the labor just costs a lot because the demand is so high. So, like, the joke was for the bathroom upstairs. Oh, there's a boss nearby. For the bathroom upstairs, the master bath, to put a new tub and tub surround in, new vanity, and tile the floor. they wanted, I think it was $5,000 or $6,000. No, $6,000 or $7,000, and that was not including demo. We said, look, we'll do the demo. We'll tear everything out. It'll be ready for, all you have to do is come in and slide the shit in place and tile the fucking floor. And they wanted $6,000 or $7,000. The tub and the tub surround that we chose, we found a nearly identical one for, or set, for a combined $1,100. Put that in ourselves. The tile, which we because we saved so much money, we had really nice tile installed by a really good tile layer in herringbone. Was I think it was $800. I bought the vanity and the linen storage combo on one website, sold together, $1,100. Which wasn't part of the bathroom deal. That was just a vanity, originally. So all told, I think we spent just over $3,000 in the bathroom. So they wanted between $3,500 and $4,000 in labor for what would have, when I asked them how long they were going to take, and I know it's like there's always a mix of like, well, the reason why they're expensive is because they know what they're doing and it only takes them the next amount of time, but either way, so even if you took that away, so you know, you get a couple of guys in there doing a couple days of work and you got like $3,500 for no demo, no nothing, acrylic tub slide into an alcove, and tile floor. So you're paying a shitload of money for labor right now. Just buckets. Oh, this is a combo. One of those guys and a bat. Wonderful. My customers give me a shocked Pikachu face when I tell them 10 weeks. Everything is a crazy outlay. Like, our kitchen countertops were months. Everything was months. Everything was months. Even getting somebody to come in to haul a bunch of shit out of the backyard away was a month. And I know the guy. The fuck did he come from? Oh, yeah. Oh, cars are bad. Relatives of mine have been waiting for their RAV Prime for fucking ever, and it got to the point where to try and get further up the wait list, they went with the highest end model, and then told them, don't fucking care what color it is, just get us a vehicle. And now they're like number 7, I guess, on the list, and they're still waiting. With the estimated time is still like months away, and they've already been waiting for well over a year. Year and a half. But anything with a microchip in it right now is just... Silicon's hard to come by. Oh, we got more singing bat ladies? We do. By the way, I saw the When She Spills earlier. For as long as it lasts, you guys keep posting those. We're gonna watch, enjoy, thanks for the good times. I appreciate it, Kalutzi. I'm glad everyone's been enjoying them so much. We did need to go away for a while. Some of you would have watched it for 5 more years if we had just continued on, if we had had the soul to fucking do it, but I think going away for a while certainly, you know, got everyone back on board a little bit more excited. All right. I think the break was good. Absence makes the heart grows fonder. Yeah, true. I think maybe it was healthy for your guys' mental health to drop that for a while. Well, I mean, it was the true reason we stopped was it just wasn't lucrative enough for either of us at that junction in our career. Like we needed something more for both of us, and for the time spent, that was really it. We were putting out videos, and like YouTube ads weren't paying anything, the views weren't high enough, and so we just had to fucking walk away. And we looked at it too, like we've been doing so many videos a week for so many years, and so it was just like, alright, it's time to just pack this shit up and go do some other stuff. And the quality of the games and the amount of games that we were continuing to get sent in were getting shittier and fewer, which made it even harder. I mean, some people would remember that we actually technically owed a season of Will Cheese Fail or whatever for the last charity event that we did, where we hit the goal, and we literally never did it because we never ended up getting any replays. I think we had like 2, and neither were good at all. And so, yeah, it was a culmination of things, just like not sustainable. Years and years and years and years and years of content. Cranking out a lot of stuff. And the thing about like When Cheese Fail, Will Cheese Fail is that we had casted and we had seen it all, really. I mean, think of all the crazy shit we've seen and casted. And then think about the fact that, like, right now, the reason why a lot of this content's working is because people are getting nostalgia. We're casting the same cheese strats. It's the same, like, we're casting the same shit. It's just that it's been 5 years, and so lots of people are super excited because it just feels nostalgic, and nostalgia is a hell of a drug. But if we had just continued with that, like, and we hadn't stopped for 5 years, that it would not be, it'd be hitting different. I haven't seen an item that describes the lore behind the singing bat lady, but it is one of my favorite enemies in the game. Just for the unique fucking nature of it. Some of the, well, yeah, we're different casters now. I mean, some of it's you're away for 5 years. So that definitely changes it up. Some of it is that we're not in the same room, which changes the dynamic of the casting, because we're not seeing each other. You know, for fuck's sakes. Flying enemies. Oh my god, the poison killed me. I forgot I was poisoned. God damn fucking flying enemies! Oh, they're so annoying in this game! Flying enemies are fucking annoying. Die, you motherfucker. Die. 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 Where's the last one? Die. Die. Like, part of the problem with casting apart is actually not necessarily that we're not seeing each other. A lot of it is actually Discord sucks. So there are times where if I'm talking, I can't hear Jeff. Jeff could be laughing or doing something on the other side. I'm not fucking hearing it at all. And so there's sometimes you'll hear like I'm cutting him off or he's cutting me off, and it's because I'm not fucking literally, if I was talking in the last X seconds, just can't fucking hear him. Where the fuck is my shit? Up another level. I have similar issues with my friends. One last 2 hards, you won't hear noise cancellation turns off. You can't hear. No, it has nothing to do with that. We don't have noise cancellation. We don't have any of that turned on. No audio ducking. No nothing. It's just that there's shit that's always going on with Discord that you will never get rid of. That's always fucking there, and it's dog shit and it's awful. It's bothersome, but it's also like the only fucking platform that exists that works for this situation within reason, without doing some very fucking weird shit. We are 2 months from Summer Game Fest. Oh yeah, bro. Time is a flat circle. Oh, Paradigm was asking that question. Keep E3 time, keynote recaps. Well, I do love the gaming news and doing that shit. That's 100% accurate. If I can, I will. God fucking damn it. That's not what I wanted to do, but okay, I guess. It gets us up here. I'll take it. Time to touch some ass, that's right. Painfully close to a level. But yeah, I will try and do some sort of coverage for Summer Game Fest. I tend to do them here on the channel. I haven't done them on or posted them up on the RSS feeds and stuff for the last couple of years, because it's just been me, Jeff has no interest, and, you know, there just doesn't seem to be a lot of interest within that. There are people that will watch it or listen to it, but not that many. I can totally foresee in the future where whatever Jeff and I are doing together for the podcast will have like zero gaming news to speak of. And it will just be other shit that we haven't figured out yet. And then I'll do all of the gaming news and all of that kind of shit. I'll just shift all of it to Critical Hit. And make use of it there. There was an item down here I still want. Wait. Hold up. Does Critical Hit have an RSS feed? Yes, but not like Technical Alpha. So Technical Alpha, we actually have a distributor for RSS stuff. For Critical Hit, if you want RSS feed stuff for audio form content, so I do audio form for all reviews as well as video and written when the website is done. So that, but YouTube has the video obviously. SoundCloud, there's a SoundCloud link you can get on any of the review pages, and you could just plug that into any RSS feed reader that you've got, or a podcast app, and it will pull straight from that. Or Patreon. I think I can't remember if I'm in the habit of posting the audio there or not. I can't remember. It's been so fucking long. But SoundCloud is the easy place to do that for now. The reason why I haven't gone with another one is just because SoundCloud is one subscription that I can do, that I can use it to post to the website and post it, and have people with RSS feed have it. And it costs me, you know, X dollars a year, which is cheaper than, much cheaper than using another solution. Like for Technical Alpha, it's distributing Technical Alpha is like $40 a month, and I cannot justify Critical Hit being $400 a year, or well, more than $400 a year to distribute audio reviews, so I stick it to SoundCloud. I have the SoundCloud links on Patreon page for each review. Okay, good. Good. 70 per month is 40 bucks per month. I wouldn't be paying it if it was 70. Let's see. What do I want to start leveling next? We got our our faith to where we wanted it to be. I could increase intelligence if I wanted to make use of summons, but I'm not really, like, dying to do that. I can increase, oh no, sorry, mind, not intelligence. I can increase mind. Four FP at a time is a fucking kick in the knackers. And honestly, there's not that many skills that I can see using right now that I would need to worry about having more FP. So that seems like a waste. So it's either I just go more endurance to wear more armor, or more vigor to have more base health. And the nice thing about being able to eventually wear more armor is that you also get more stamina for swinging your weapon, but also you get the ability to, wear some more armor for, resistances. Less about the physical defense and more about just resisting certain effects. I think is more useful in general. Nobody's ever stopped and went, man, I wish I had less stamina. I am hitting what seems to be some sort of fucking... This is a hand banana. Can somebody remind me what the soft cap is for endurance? Like, before I'm, like, throwing points away? Uh, 25 and 60 for equipment load, 15, 35, 50 for stamina. Okay, so as far as this is concerned, we're at the soft cap for equipment load. We are still 10 away for the soft cap for stamina. Which means, realistically, I could take it to 30 or 35 and then leave it there at most. Okay. Oh, this is just a dead-ass fucking boss door. Okay. Time to die. Is my body even ready for a boss today? There's probably poison in here or some bullshit. Okay. Oh boy. Where are they coming from? Oh, that's fun. Ow. This is a bad camera. Oh dear. I thought I was gonna get over that. What the fuck is that hitbox? Bro. What the fuck? I'm not standing in fire. I'm not fucking... What the fuck was that? What? Okay. Sure. Whatever. Fucking whatever, bud. What the fuck? Bro, this guy is just dumb. That killed me? As usual, the first run always goes the best, and then it'll be like a fucking 45-minute shitfest of me getting my ass killed by the most dumb nonsense. So, basically, depending on how much of an asshole he decides to be, you are either going to be playing inside of an arena that is too small to actually dodge any of his attacks and you just have to accept your death. Or you get lucky and you can actually fight this guy, because in that instance, he coated everything in fucking lava and you couldn't fucking move. So, roll the dice, Miyazaki, let's go! My favorite mechanic for a boss. A dice roll. Come on over, big fuck. Look at this fucking Chad. Get some stamina back. Just fucking wail on him. That's gonna hurt. Nice camera, Miyazaki, let's go! Let's fucking go! Dark Souls camera hype! Woo! Incredible. You know what would help? You need that mod that turns your character into Homer Simpson, the Elden Ring into Donut, and fills the world full of memes. That sounds great. Alright, well, thankfully we didn't have to fight him all that frequently. Deimos, thank you for that follow, I appreciate that. Or Deimos. Whichever. $24K. Look at that, right off the rip, getting another level. Love to see it. That might not be enough. It is not. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Bada bing, bada boom. Very nice. Now, he had a really big sword. How big of a sword are we actually talking? Is it just like a regular sword for us? It is technically a great sword. Strength, Dex, Faith. I'm telling you, everything in this fucking game is for magic wielders. Even the swords are for magic wielders. They got three whole ass fucking weapons in this game that are for melee, and then everyone else, there's MasterCard. Curved greatsword wielded by magma worms. Very nice. It said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in dragon communion. Ah, yes, I've yet to do that yet, because I don't know where the fuck to go. I've got 3 dragon hearts and haven't been there yet. A grave transgression, for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. I don't know if they're shadows if they were a human and they're a fucking, like, demigod dragon. Grab the scale sword with both hands as a worm would, hold it in its mouth and leap forward, smashing it to the ground and triggering a blast of magma. Follow up with an additional input to perform a chopping attack. Oh yeah, boss is dead. Boss is super dead. It's also a very heavy fucking weapon. It is 20 FP for the skill, weighs more than our club, does a lot less damage, and requires us to, well, it would do more, it'd be okay damage if I got the faith, my faith leveled up, but if you think I'm gonna dump 8 fucking levels, like 200,000 friggin' runes to get that just so that I can wield this bitch, you are sorely mistaken. Decent attack speed. Short distance on the heavy. And the running heavy. Am I actually putting that in my fucking mouth? No, okay. Great. Not the weapon for us. But we have it. This was like the closest thing. Can't wield it with the current. Of course you can. You just gotta fucking get the second hand on there. This was the closest one. Like, the disappointing thing about this sword is that despite the fact that it is an insanely expensive attribute weapon, is that the attack speed is abysmal. Even two-handed. And so, like, substantially leveled, maybe it's worth the offset, but the only weapon I've considered legitimately having as a secondary choice so far is the Golden Halberd. I just want to check around this room. You'd have to spend a lot of time in the get good training for that. Yeah. Yeah. It leveled up, it would hit hard, but then you have to be able to just find openings. Against some enemies, it wouldn't be so bad, but a lot of enemies in this game, especially a lot of bigger enemies that are slower, or you would think would be slower, have backdashes that they use with relative frequency. And the attack speed of that sword, like, I miss attacks with this. So if you try to hit with that sword... Well, you're early. Need to turn you on for notifications. Shady, you're literally a goddamn mod on this stream. You are in a special chat in Discord, and you follow me on Twitter, and you're telling me that none of those methods reached you to let you know that I was live 4 hours ago. That's just impressive. You gotta put some effort in to be able to not know that I'm live with all of those qualifications. Sorry, 3 hours, not 4. Shady, 48 hours ago. If you want me here, you should stream at 12 p.m. my time, which is when Lyric streams. You know Lyric, the world-famous faceless cat streamer? Well, he streams nice and early for all of us Europeans. You should stream earlier for us to be here. Streams early. Literal mod on channel. Special chat in Discord. Follows on Twitter. 3 hours in. Oh, hey, you're streaming early. I should probably fucking know about that. What a clown show. Where the fuck am I at? Oh, we're on the precipice of death. What, like every caravan in the last 300 years try to come through here and not make it? Oh, there's some big boys walking around. Here you are complaining about magic users when you're a verbal pyromancer. Oh my. Shocking. What do we got around here? Wolves. In my defense, I have things going on, no, not always looking at my phone. Well, yes, I would assume that one would have some things going on in their day-to-day life. It's just the comedy of nobody else has as many avenues to know that I'm live than you do. You are the pinnacle. And so it's the irony. It's the irony of mentioning earlier streams 2 days ago, plus nobody having any, short of me calling you directly and being like, hey, Sally, I'm fucking going live, Sally, you wanna be on over there for, fucking 12 o'clock your time? So while you're having your fucking tea and crumpets there, Sally, you can watch me get my ass blasted in Elden Ring? Okay, I'll see you there, Sally. Oh my, that's about the only step further. Start sending like airplanes with fucking ticker tape behind it. Sally! Adam's fucking streaming! Pay like a radio DJ, she turns on the radio in the morning. This next track by Insane Clown Posse. How do magnets work? This shout out is for Sally from Adam all the way in Canada saying, wake the fuck up, he's live. Hunter, 114 months. Welcome back. Bless ya. How you doing, Hunter? Send out the carrier pigeons. Bro, what in the is this thing just gonna permanently be spewing bullshit? Oh my lord. Alright, weaponized character from the critically acclaimed Journey. Oh hey look, another statue that points me towards death and dismemberment. Got my exercise in though? Congrats on the sex. I hope you brushed your teeth beforehand. Morning breath does not make the sex any better. Gee, I couldn't have saw that door without your help. Thanks for the fucking assist there, big guy. Holy fuck, I would have been here for days looking for that door. Never would have seen it. It's afternoon and it wasn't that? Well, I was presuming that the exercise happened earlier and not 5 minutes ago. But I am thrilled that you moved your 2 legs in a general direction for a period of time. Oh, I actually gotta fucking pay to enter here? This is a fucking strip club? Show me the titties. Unsightly catacombs. Oh dear, there's a joke to be made there, but I'm gonna let it die. All right, let's head on down and face what is almost assuredly a never-ending fucking list of blood. What the hell are he doing in here? Not who I expected, honestly. But I'll take these guys over the usual. We found Shady's vagina. Shit, I won't let it die. I didn't say anything. I didn't say a fucking thing. I can neither confirm nor deny the state of that joke. I didn't say anything. I didn't fucking say anything. I could have said lots of stuff. You thought it? I saw it. Not necessarily. I could have just thought that his rendition was mildly entertaining. Okay, yeah, it was totally that. It was 100% that. Of course it was. I mean, well, why wouldn't it be? Why do they all look like bad Joker cosplayers? They kind of look like gremlin versions of Lord Farquaad. You never know which one's the fucking meme door. Speaking of wide buttholes, what shall I get for lunch and why is it Taco Bell? Well, I was gonna suggest Taco Bell, but now that you mentioned it, Taco Bell might be a good idea. Although, you know, the dark horse option would be to consider getting Taco Bell. Or I did hear that they are opening up a new place down the road, and I think it's an international chain. You guys might have it too. I believe it's called Taco Bell. Man, fuck it. Gee, can I get the camera to just let me look in the direction I want to look in for like 3 seconds, please? I fucking beg of you. The poise on those fuckers is a problem. Also the fact that one of their swings is the entire room. I need to make some sushi and call my dad. I'll be lurking. Great! Just don't use gas station sushi. I hear it gives you syphilis. Yeah, that was my mistake. I should have used the face-planting sword technique. Clearly. This place is a real fucking gem, what? Alright, I've got enough iron cleavers. I don't need more iron cleavers, thank you. Oh, here's the door, which means we gotta go fucking back here and jump down to find the... You're kidding me. Easier to stagger than the common cleaver guy. Lots of them down here, eh? Don't mind me, boys. Oh, no way. Oh my god, please tell me that's what I think it is. For the love of God. It's not quite as nice as the I'm sorry. The I'm sorry was pretty fucking incredible.
Please, no. Please, no.
Can't even understand that. To be fair, I turned it off because you streamed in the night times and now you're doing more EU stuff. Well, I mean, what was... Were the notifications a problem? If it was at nighttime?
Please, no.
Like, sorry I wasn't catering to your schedule there. My apologies. I will do better in the future. 5 potions and a dream. What do you think? You like our odds? Debatable. Oh, why is it 2? Why is it 2? Why is it always fucking 2? Okay, so this guy's whole thing is just fire. Fire everywhere. Got him! Okay. Gunpowder and wankery. Hey, we're not bad in combat. Okay. Perfumer Trisha! Oh, so do we just get, like, the gunpowder? Lady just comes out and throws gunpowder around? Are you just strong as fuck, or was that supposed to be challenging? Well, I'm a glass cannon. I'm a high level, but I'm also a glass cannon. So it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B. It also depends on what level they were expecting you to be when you were here. This zone is... If it's close to my level. If not at level. It's like, it's in the neck of the woods. This general area here is probably around my level, maybe a couple levels below. Oh, maybe 6 or 7 levels below me at best. And then up here is just a fuck show. This up here, we've been up here. This is a fuck show. So yeah, it just depends. But I do a lot of damage, and the but I also die pretty easily because I only wear 2 pieces of armor. So that, you know. Some people would also say that for level 66 to be sitting at 25 vigor is a bit of a meme. Some of the health bars I've seen people running around with are pretty hilarious. They're like almost twice as long as this, it feels. Some of them are just fucking massive health bars. Some people put a lot into vigor. Don't worry, you'll see me get my ass kicked. For sure. Now, back to twerk. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, where all of the carriages in the world have come to be deposited. So we got fun boys here that shield everything. This whole zone looks like pure... Oh my god. Case in point. Alright, where's this chuckle fuck? Just a whole set of fucking... nearly a whole set of armor. Okay. Great. And a perfume bottle, which is a key item. Better take your Benadryl. Yeah, no kidding. Let me just be up here for a moment. Is that like part of fucking crafting? No, I have 2 of them. Yeah, required for crafting perfume items. So does this mean I can have 2 different perfume types at a time, I guess? I haven't really gone into that as of yet. But this increases the amount of memory slots, this increases the amount of talisman slots, so one would assume that the more of these you have, the more individualized items you can have of each at once, if you were to follow the logic. But it's also Dark Souls, so who the fuck knows? But if this zone is the perfume zone, oh, these flowers and shit, this is gonna be a real meme. What was even up and moving around? Just a flower. Small one. Okay. Yes, you smell confusing and weird at the same time. The benefits clearly outweigh the negatives. It's quite a fucking zone. So... Oh, are those coffins? Is that what that is? I'm getting there too, Meogs. The problem is we couldn't go grocery shopping. Or is this guy making a fucking sub joke right before gifting subs? Is that it? Oh, I get to talk to Melina. 20 gifted subs! Good God!
Only a little further till the foot of the Erd tree, and the accord is fulfilled.
My God, I'll take a look. I'll read those names off in a second.
By the foot of the Erd tree, my mother gave me my purpose, though now everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
Interesting. Is she the supposed daughter of Marika? My god, Meow's 20 gifted subs. Are you kidding me? After gifting subs already earlier today. Panic, Grackle, Rain, QQ, Dust, Jujitsu, Ramic, Terratron, Crownless, Nappa Ghost, Time Tricks, Lil, Modern Tulip. Oh, there's a first one for Modern Tulip, who just joined us here yesterday. Vuvitz, Kuya Paul, Krins, Doc Knocker, Suddenly Bernal, Hyde, and Yolk. Couple of first months in there. 1, 2, 3. 3. Very nice. Everyone else, welcome back to the War Council. Bless. Thank you, Meogs. Maybe an actual sub, though. I could go for a sub. Dude, I haven't had Subway in years. Years.
Shall I turn your ruby with my hand?
I could 100% go for an actual sub. I have pizza subs in my freezer. Is everything you eat pizza related or bolognese related? You could have just been like a sub. Subway has not improved in the— oh, I have no doubt. I have absolutely no doubt. I had chicken and vegetables yesterday. Jesus, did your body fucking rebel? Did you have, like, full body spasms and cramps after it experienced something that wasn't bolognese? Wait, there's a sandwich shop which only has regular— okay, no, maybe it's location specific that Chris just got fucking memed on. I was gonna say, how can you have a sandwich shop with only one type of mustard? It's a hurtin' situation. I don't like where a lot of these enemies are chilling. Oh, they're all like these guys. Oh god, okay. You come over here. I'm not fucking fighting you on top of that damn thing. Yeah, you got it. You figured it out. Oh, fuck me. They hurt! I ate 4 straight days of Jimmy John's when I was in Rhode Island for MLG, and I gotta keep it 100. I mean, that was a long time ago. Maybe they've gotten better. I gotta keep it 100. It was mid. The bread was fucking ass. And so were the deli meats. The deli meats were mid. The bread was cheeks. Straight fucking cheeks. Like, Jimmy John's reminded me of making a sandwich at home if I was buying, like, all the budget food that I could get my hands on. You know what sandwich place I miss? Quiznos. Quiznos was pretty dope. You know, the only real problem being that it was more expensive than it was worth. This guy gonna fucking stand up? This whole place is... Why? Bro, I didn't sign up to fight a fucking dragon! Oh, I gotta back the fuck up before I can't even get my friggin' runes anymore. I knew that was gonna be a one-shot wonder. I fucking knew. You don't see the word ancient in front of any dragon and think you're gonna survive. It's just not gonna fucking happen. Oh my god, he's literally just right there. Please, don't do it to me. Run. 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 You thought... You thought I was gonna fight a fucking dragon. Like that. You were wrong. No shot. God damn. Double fucking grab move. They really, Oh, that tracking. That classic Dark Souls tracking. Never get tired of it. That's what I wish, like, in newer games they could get the fuck away from. So, like, take away my iframes, but also make it so that if I'm actually dodging at an appropriate time, I'm rewarded for it, and not have the person be in the air, do a fucking, like, 1080 snowboarder. My level up cost now is $7.56. It's like 26,000 runes. Something like that. 25.9. The question is, get a sub delivered or get McNuggets from the drive-thru? Ooh. 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 How do you pass up on nuggets? If the option is there. That's tough. Safe travels, sir. Alright, well, I can at least get on a pair of gloves now and still be light load. It doesn't add a lot to my armor, but it does add to resistances. That's 2.5 pounds. To the 1.4. So we know we can't get away with the boots. Got a few Guardian garbs. Fancy? Yeah, Pinky's out for the gloves. Wow. Better poise. Worse physicals. Like the Guardian Garb is a really good all-around set. Like the stats are fucking nutty. If you're only gonna wear one chest piece and you don't want it to be heavy, the Guardian Garb is pretty ridiculous. If I take the gloves off, I might be able to wear a heavier chest piece, maybe. Let's see. That will be like a net greater effect. Oh, that's fucking painfully close, huh? Much heavier. 23.6 is fucking close. If 22.4 is light still, 25 is medium. 23.6. So it's like the next level, and we can put on a heavier set of armor. Really. It's just tough because the Guardian Garb has got such great immunity. Honestly, the Guardian Garb is just outright better if it wasn't for the increase of damage negation here. And the damage negation is not even that much better. Honestly, like that's a very minimal upgrade. You're getting 8 more robustness. And a fucking tiny amount of... Like, Guardian Garb is just goated. Are we gonna be stuck with Guardian Garb the whole fucking game? Foot Soldier's Tabard is an upgrade everywhere. We might be able to get away with that. That's just a literal flat upgrade to every stat. Which we can actually wear right now. Done. So even 22.9 is medium load, so we're right on the cusp. Now we could, with one more level, probably get to the point where we could put some gloves back on. But it had to be something really light. Water main break at the rotary. Stay home? Oh, for fuck's sakes. I've got to get M to work later. It's 12:30 now. Alright, well they got 6 hours to fucking figure it out. That's true, they don't really punish you for hoarding in this game, which is a blessing. I feel like that's like the 4th water main break at the rotary in the last 2 years. Or am I crazy? Like, the water main breaks from the rotary and then onto Herring Cove Road have been absolutely unhinged for, my god, 4 years, 3 years? There was a point in, like, 2020, 2021, where... I wonder if I can get all the way up here without the dragon being procced. Maybe. There was a water main break every, like, 2 weeks for a couple of months. It was ridiculous. This guy's fucking hurt. They hurt! Oh, they did tons of work. Loads of work. What they were after the water main started breaking, what they were calling like preemptive or try cautionary work to try and get ahead of it. I think a big problem is, if I had to take a guess, it's the amount of new homes getting water service in that neck of the city, and the infrastructure is not built for it, and it's just collapsing. It's old and it's doing more work than it's supposed to. Which could be said for a lot of things. Yes, but please bring more people here. Yeah, we're totally ready. This looks really dumb, but I gotta try. Nope. Nope! But you have to give her a go. You see a platform like that, you have to try. Okay, so... the problem I'm seeing here... is... there's a dragon in the way, and it's blocking the only way through. Unless I'm some sort of Giga Chad and can legitimately run through it. Which I am fully capable of trying, and may very well, after I finish exploring down here. Maybe there's another path. Yell Leroy first. That will definitely help. Well, there's a cave. Alright, it's on my map now. Very nice. Thank you. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Someone bet a three-leg parlay for the Astros winning the World Series last year, Chiefs winning the Super Bowl, and John Rahm winning the Masters this past weekend for $100 into a $61,000 win. Man's cashed out at 2.5K after Rahm went down +4 halfway into the Masters and missed out big. Oh no. Oh no. Rahm went on a fucking tear. Oh no. He was probably getting scared because Phil Mickelson was fucking tearing it up. He went fucking -7. Phil Mickelson hasn't been relevant in like half a decade. Just decided to show up. Alright, so this is back here. Before we go back to... Yes, hello. Did I see an item? No, just a skull. Oh, mushroom. Dude, that dude is fucking angry. He is an angry fellow. Last person I watched win the Masters was Phil, though? Oh, really? It's been a while since you watched the Masters, eh? Oh, sure. If I bet $100 and I was right there and Rahm was even remotely close to anything, I'm just leaving it. Just letting that fucking go. $100%. For $100, and I'm like, everything else has been right, and Rahm, who is the #1 ranked golfer in the fucking world, has a bit of a bad spell there early. I'm not even worried about it. I just let that ride. Having to be in the office 3 days a week blows moose dick? Yeah, well, of course it does. That water effect, very weird. Did we murk more lords? I found what is called the Ancient Dragon. Let me tell you the number of ways in which I will not be killing the Ancient Dragon. All of them. All of the ways. Would you take a 15 to 20% pay cut to go full remote? Oh, wow. I don't think I'd be taking 20% to go full remote. If I'm working at home and I'm producing the same amount of work at the same quality, I'm not taking any pay cut. $0 pay cut. Oh yeah. Oh, just no shot. The difference in commute and paying for lunch and shit's worth 10% at least? No. No. Because you don't experience it. What somebody might do is be like, okay, my commute is an hour, let's say an hour to an hour and a half a day, so I'm losing 5 to 8 hours a week, and that's 30-ish, 32 hours a month, and oh my god, that's, 36 or 360 hours a year. Holy shit, it's fucking crazy. But you're not getting it in big enough chunks for it to actually mean anything. Like, if you added them all up, but you were getting like 3 hours at a time. Okay. Well, that was actually something that they talked about when they were upset, when all the rich fucks that run the world were upset that people were actually as productive at home as they were in the office, and they couldn't just write off office space anymore. They were like, well, what if we, it's the work from home tax, where if you work from home, you get paid 10 to 20% less because you don't have to do the commute anymore, and we're not paying for your commute. Bitch, you weren't paying for the fucking commute to begin with. Suck my fucking dick. You're paying me for a fucking job. I'm showing up, I'm doing the job. If I do the job, you pay me the money. If I don't do the job, you don't pay me the money. That's as complicated as this gets. You are literally hiring me, not for my ability to get in a goddamn car, a train, a plane, or an automobile, and get to the fucking job site. You are paying me to do the job on time and well. If I'm on the time and doing it the well, you're paying me the money. That's as complicated as this fucking gets. Don't make it more complicated than that. And if you do, fuck yourself. It doesn't matter how long it takes me, as long as it's done well, to your requirements or better. That's all that matters. That's what you're paying me for. You're not paying me for the fact that I'm capable of eating my lunch break in fucking 15 minutes. You're not paying me because I don't take a fucking hour-long shit on the fucking work site. You're not paying me for all... fucking fuck off with all of that shit. You hire me for a reason. Am I doing what you need me to do? Yes? Then shut your mouth. You didn't hire me. If you're really hinting at you hired me because you want me to do a job, but you're also hoping that I'm going to do a bunch of extra shit that is not on my job description for no more pay, I'm also going to tell you to fuck yourself. You're gonna tell me I'm never gonna make it to climb up the fucking ladder if I don't suck some fucking dick and brown nose a bit, get my nose dirty, up in your asshole, work extra hours, do more work than I'm actually supposed to be doing for no more pay? I'm gonna tell you to go fuck yourself. You know why? Because nobody is even capable of staying at a job for their entire career anyway, because everyone has to move companies to not just horizontally move within a company and never get paid any more fucking money. You literally, in order to get paid more money in most industries now, have to go to another entire company because they're willing to pay, but they're not willing to train or pay within. So fuck all that. You put out a resume, or you put out a fucking job description. You say, I'm hiring. I'm hiring, so this person comes in and fucking gives me the sickest fucking hand job every single day, 9 to 5, home on the dot, bada bing, bada boom. If I show up and I got soft hands and I'm giving you that beautiful fucking reach around and you leave their balls empty at the end of the goddamn day, it don't matter if I can make you fucking happy in the first 2 minutes or if it takes me 2 hours. If it happens between the hours of 9 and 5, I'm fucking done. I'm done. Because you know what happens? This really awkward culture that everyone fucking knows exists. Every fucking person. You're hiring people to do work. They go in, they optimize it. They do their job well. They're done work in 4 fucking hours. Does that mean that you need to hire fucking less people to get the job done? No, because we've already discovered that for most people, the most optimal amount of working hours at any given time is somewhere around 4 in an average working day. Pretty much regardless of what you're doing, unless you have to do it under great duress because the project has to be done in a certain amount of time, in which case you do it, but the work quality dramatically falls off. So if you go, oh, well, one employee can do this shit in fucking 4 hours and it's an 8-hour workday, fuck this motherfucker. I'm gonna just hire one person and get him to do the job of both of those people. The quality of the work goes down the vast majority of the time, and if it doesn't, that person that's doing all of that work for the same amount of fucking pay will eventually leave your company. You're gonna have turnover that's gonna cost you more money than just training the person or keeping the other person on board and having them in your company in the first place. Because anybody in HR is gonna tell you a lot of the times it's more expensive because now, well, they probably won't tell you because if they not, then HR is out of a job. But nevertheless, we're no longer, like in North America, there's still like a lot of people that operate under the impression that you can go in to a company that you really want to work for. In fact, some company that, you know, maybe this company was the reason you wanted to get into this specific industry in the first place. And you work your ass off and you get in that company. And you still have it in your mind. Some people still have it in their mind that you're going to be there for like 30 fucking years. Have a pension provided by this company. Go home, go to work, go home, go to work, go home. Oh, work, preach, and retire. No. No, you're not. 95% of people aren't going to have that opportunity. Because what's going to happen is you're going to hit a paywall where you're worth substantially more money. Your company's not willing to do it because they don't want to have to go that far. They'd rather just bring on a new fucking person. So you've got to go to another company to get your pay raise to keep up with inflation. And to further your career as you are actually valued. And so you're jumping around anyway. So you gotta take ownership about your entire career now. It's not about going to one company doing this shit. Companies don't fucking care about you. They didn't before, now they really don't. They really don't fucking care about you anymore. Soft firing? Oh yeah, yeah, and just the terminology. It's like, you know, quiet quitting, soft firing, fucking malicious compliance. Tell me why any of those things exist. You know why? Because everyone knows how shit should be run, but it isn't happening because somebody is convinced it doesn't make as much money to do it another way. And everyone knows it's a theatrical fucking play. It's why I hate business, despite the fact I got the degree. Part of the reason why I didn't want to go to work and do this shit, even though I know how to play the game and do it, is because I'd turn into a serial killer. Having to go into fucking work and pretend I like someone, and that the system that I'm in is fine and not hideously broken, would drive me fucking insane. I wouldn't have the filter for it. I don't have respect for most of the bosses I've ever worked for because honestly, even though I'm not the most intelligent guy in the world, I was smarter than them and better at their fucking job than they were. So why would I respect them and want to do what they tell me to do? Because it's part of the game. It's the theatrical play. It's the Shakespearean fucking romp through the corporate ladder that doesn't exist because it's been cut off at a certain point and you gotta fucking jump off into the water and swim to another fucking boat and climb that one instead. Insane. Insane. And I so respect anyone that has the capability of going in there and knowing all that shit and continuing on anyway. Like, I fucking respect the shit out of you. I can't do it. Like, the crazy- oh, you had this on listening to me in the background, eh? The idea of going in and going through that is just... It's just so insane. And what has it done to work culture? It's exactly what's being described here by Notary, or Notier, I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce your name, I apologize, I'm stupid. The concept of, well, I've gotta, like, your job doesn't end, it's kind of like school now. School doesn't end when school ends. You go home and you got, like, homework. Except instead of just it being homework for work, it's you gotta go home and make sure that you've got like 3 different or 4 different sources of income. You're retraining for any possible scenario in which there is an opportunity that arises or you're fired and you have to make a shift. It's like I think there's something to be said for the people that just get into doing a trade and just fuck all this shit. It is so hard work, you beat your body to fucking hell, but you know what? You know goddamn well exactly what you're getting. You go in, you bust your fucking ass, you get your red seal, you go to fucking work every goddamn day, go home, leave your work at home, and fuck off, unless you want to take cash jobs on top of your pay. That's it. Because your other option is all the shit we're talking about right now. Fucking insane. Fucking insane. People aren't built to just sit around and not do literally anything all day. People will go stir crazy for a reason. But we were not built to also be doing and going about how we're going about things right now. Like, work culture is fucking bonkers at the moment. What up? Yeah, been streaming for 4 hours already. I forgot that it was Easter Monday and that the grocery stores weren't open. And so now I'm here. Earlier than intended. There's too much magic here. I'm fully expecting one of these chests to just fuck me in the butthole. Ah, new weapon. I let my people do the training in their work time, and if they do something on their own, they can get the price of the course refunded. Well, at least that's a benefit. It's not to say that everywhere that you go, you're gonna get all of this all the time. It just seems to be the vast majority of the work. Like, if you find a place that you can avoid even like 60% of all of that bullshit, you've won the lottery. Ah, there it is there. Robe crafted with the black feathers of the bird of prey worn by the assassins of Raven Mount. A ritual implement for transforming into a death bird, if only by imitation. Strengthens jump attacks. Oh, yeah. Fancy. It's crazy how valuable networks are. Meogs is still mind-fucked by his neighborhood and the networks that that exist there. It's true. It's oh fuck me. There's got to be a. I gotta find. There's no shot that I'm all the way here and there's not a place to chill. Before we go dumpster diving. Yeah, your phase plant attack gets stronger with that. It's true. Always looking for the opportunity. No, we might we might just be fucked. Yeah, I had, I mean, I went to university, and a good business university, but here's what happened for me. So I have a network of people at the time when I was in university and left. I kept as many people in contact as I could that I knew were likely to be even remotely successful. The problem was my graduating class was the one where it was right on the other side of the 2008 collapse, and a lot of them never ended up going on to do anything even remotely remarkable, or in a way that would, like, none of them networked with each other. Because nobody had a reason to network. Everyone moved to, like, the four corners of the fucking globe, trying to find any work. Half of them didn't even use their degree. Half. Half them moved to a totally different part of the country, never used their degree. A few of them straight up got a degree with graduating high in the class, and 2 or 3 of them went out west and ended up working on the ski slopes. Man, getting back down to this boss is going to be a fucking meme. This is a run. Is there something down here, maybe? You got a closer touch ass. Oh no, this is the fucking boss door. Fuck me. Wait a minute, hold on. No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, right, because this is same room, 2 different doors. Patches, is that you? Okay. That was a comedic amount of iframes I just witnessed. I am gonna fucking dumpster his life. Don't worry. I don't enjoy the fact that they've got one fucking place way up here for this. I wonder if... Nope. I'm not convinced. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. It'd be a lot better than running through this whole fucking cave. I can tell you that much. Wow. I can't believe they put that right on the edge. That's so unfortunate. They make you run the whole fucking place. Okay, fine. Fine. Not a big fan of how every time you die, it takes your fucking lantern off. Fuck you. Family heads, eh? This is also a copy-paste of Patch's Cave, which is why I was like, Patch's, question mark? So they do actually reuse some cave setups, which, I mean, really, it's a big game. Makes sense. What is that? It's a flail with dex scaling. Of course, that makes sense. Physical magic dex scaling. 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains. Signature weapon of Necromancer Garrus. The Heretical Sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. That's an odd choice. Familial Rancor. Gently rattle the copper heads to summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Okay. Intriguing. I'm trying to discern if that's just water you go and fall into and die. I'm pretty sure it is. One entrance to the room? If that's true, then there's technically 2 bosses here. Wow, okay. Fucking yeah. Black Knife Assassin. Oh. I was gonna say, where is he gonna stab me in the back? I gotta see him in the water. Is that the idea? Wow, he is getting behind pretty quick and easy, despite getting fucking hit in the face. Are you serious? Dude, this is a terrible boss design. So, like, not only is he clearly very much invisible, but he also clearly dodges while still invisible. What a fucking design that is. That's so troll that you can't make that jump. So he just gets basically bordering on free back attacks, and if you even go in the right direction, with a broad, you know how I know he's dodging when invisible? If I'm using that special attack and I'm sweeping out wide, he's just dodging shit. Like, that's a huge arc in front of me. So, Jesus Christ, man. You can, like, hear him rolling around and shit. This motherfucker on 1 goddamn HP. I swear to God. I swear to God. Classic Dark Souls. No matter what your weapon level, your level, whatever you're using, it will find a way, without fail, to have a boss or an enemy at actual 1 HP out of, like, you know, 15,000 plus random 50. It could be like the health could be like, say, it won't even be like a round number. It'd be like 15,317, and you've managed to do, like, exactly, you know, the fucking whatever it was, and 16 instead of the 17, magically. And it happens with such frequency. It's exactly why I'm convinced that the game has some bullshit in the background that goes, okay, so definitely just occasionally throw out a 1 HP. It's very difficult for me to not believe that it's just too frequent. And even for you as a character getting hit. Like, I've had actual, like, multiple times where I've legitimately got 1 HP. Like, check the status menu, 1 HP. Conceals the wearer while crouching away from foes. We literally go invisible. Fantastic. That might actually be useful at some point. Well, not Moon Hell! $562 million raised on Star Citizen? Phenomenal. I could believe that system being a thing to create more hype moments more frequently. Yeah, well, I mean, well, more hype moments and then also just artificial difficulty. And, yeah, my life to be able to just do this in, like, while seated at the fucking... Like, why don't they let you use items when you're, like, sat at the site of grace? Why would they not just let you access your items? Really? 20? God. Fucking... Damn it. Alright, one more level into endurance, maybe? Time for din-dins. I thought you were already eating. Ah, you were making it. DeGracy instead of DeGra. Oh my god, that bread. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sandman? How you doing? Oh. Not a dramatic increase in physical at all. And a pretty much across the board catastrophic drop in resistance. Begs the question, why in the fuck would you ever wear like half the armor in this game? I feel like there needs to be more separation in pieces of armor in this game, because so much of them are just useless. While I'm thinking of it, there's more work culture shit I hate. Specifically, they never let talented people sit in a corner and be productive. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the meme of the perpetual meeting, right? Everything has to be a meeting for everyone to feel, you know, I don't know, good about themselves. I don't... Can I get a Pope hat? There was a Pope hat. Was it Dark Souls 3 I wore a Pope hat? I was Battle Pope? Yeah, Battle Pope was fantastic. Alright, so I don't know if it's because I've just missed it, or if it's somewhere else, or if the dragon is currently fucking sitting on it. But we haven't been able to find the map piece up here yet. If you're a battle pope and you run into somebody else wearing a meter, would that make you, or a mitre, would that make you the wait, make it a pope battle? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. The Sacred Order! I missed a lot, it looks like. Let's see. We went back through the bad touch, the hands. Just found a couple items. There wasn't really anything major in there. I then went out here, behind the manor, did the Everjail there. That was just like a one-off meme. Then I continued back down into the ravine because I wanted to go back up here. I explored this whole area, beat a boss in here, which then, you know, led to us being out here into a valley. There is an ancient dragon at the top of a hill out here that, let me tell you, is not to be fucked with. One-shot kill from a distance. So, we went the other way instead, and that's when we came across some of these other spots. Took out a couple of side bosses, but I don't know where else I can go without having to try and run straight through the dragon. And I have a sneaking suspicion that straight through is probably not going to be a good idea. But we have no runes right now, so let's go die. I'm gonna try and get as far up this hill as possible without proccing the dragon. How did I get up here? The power of friendship. False sense of security right now. You're telling me if you don't run up the middle, the dragon doesn't show up? I don't believe you. Oh boy. That dragon is definitely still close by. 100%. Yeah, so how did I get it here? Ravine, rune-strewn precipice. Up through here, you come out the other side to the, oh, you go in here, you fight, the liquid hot magma, and then you go up here, you're at abandoned coffin, and now here we are. That was the tic-tac-toe. Oh look, another statue pointing at some shit. Wait, she's familiar. How the fuck did you get over here? So you're the scout. How the fuck did you get here?
I've been waiting for you. I
Why?
knew you had the stuff of champions.
Okay, but why here?
I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor.
I've
Take
already...
my hand and have audience with my mistress.
I was already there and it was a bad time. But okay, fucking why not?
I
Let's...
will pray that you follow the same path as Lady Tanith.
I will pray I don't have to fight that fucking boss again. Okay, we're actually inside the manor. That's great news. That's phenomenal news. That's the best news of the day. Fucking shoutouts. No, we didn't go back to kill those yet. That boss is a big pile of fucking no. Oh, you... this is very fancy. He looks mildly dangerous.
Brave Tarnished. Welcome to the Volcano Manor. I am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. Raya spoke well of you. A warrior of promise, I believe she said. Perhaps you are prepared to make a commitment. Will you join us here at the Volcano Manor and resist the tide? Why accept the burden of their grace, or be fooled by the dogmatic ramblings of the Fingers? Rise with us against the Erd Tree.
Oh. Oh. So, I'm already in a fucking pact with the Erd Tree fucking people. I'm going to assume, given the mask she's wearing, which is similar to the mask the dude that you talked to at the beginning of the game is wearing, who is also like, don't you think there's something weird with the fucking, the fucking 2 fingers? I'm gonna guess that he's also working with her. Tough choice. I think the thing that drives me a little crazy about Dark Souls games is that you'll get in these situations where you're like being asked to join some sort of fucking order, but you know essentially nothing. For all intents and purposes. Like you just have dick to work with, not a clue. I'm gonna have to go with a hand banana on this. Just to ask a question. What happens when you join multiple of these fucking things? Are they all just, like, is this like some Elder Scrolls shit where if you do ones that are against each other, eventually it becomes a problem? No conflictions? Okay. That's... I don't know how I feel about that. But okay.
Interesting. Your decision is most welcome. Now you
I was
belong
this
to the
close
volcano
to,
family.
oh no, you
The
can't
drawing
swing in
room
here.
lies down
I was gonna
below.
say, if I could have, I would have tried to kill him.
But be sure to earn your keep.
I'll be honest, I was thinking about killing him. I didn't see the symbol on the left.
The drawing room is through the hall. Use the key I handed you, and make yourself comfortable. The drawing room is... Use the key I handed you.
God, I've just...
And make your...
You get absolutely no context.
Someone please kill him. That horrendous serpent. Praetor Rykard. You're tarnished. Here to put the demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent. The one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished. Brandish the spear and run him through.
Does it have to be the fucking spear?
That unspeakable monstrosity. Praetor Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous, marked him a worthy sovereign, but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity once he gave himself to the serpent. Whatever that thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard. Someone must kill him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor.
Could you maybe... I got a question. Could you speak a little slower? Because I'm having a hard time keeping up.
Worthy tarnished. It is the only run it.
Okay, so it is the only thing. You have to use the fucking spear. The spear of science. Another finger. A letter to read. A dude with a serpent-wrapped maul that I could make use of.
Who are you? And what in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants who spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words.
I'll be honest, I don't get
Then
it.
you must leave immediately. Those with weak stomachs have no...
That...
I thought I told you. Or do you claim what it means to be a recusant? Renouncing grace and hunting down one's own. Well, as long as you understand what you're saying. But know that the path you walk is blasphemy and leads... Before you consider hunting any of your own kind...
Great. So this is the house of the Volcano Manor are the ones, I guess, in charge of all of the tarnished hunters.
Hello again, brave Tarnished. As a scout, I am pleased to see you again here at the Volcano Manor.
Did somebody, like,
Lady Tanith's guidance.
blow your back out
May
too
you
hard
tread the
or some
path
shit?
of
Like,
valor.
you're not that old.
Brave Tarnished, under Lady Tanith's guidance, may you tread the path of valor.
Apparently Dad needs some stuff. I don't know what's even here. Did you see how big that knight was? What, this guy? Or the other guy? Yeah, he's fucking huge. The guy standing next to Lady Tanith? He's a mammoth. I want that guy's fucking hammer, though. That's probably not a good sign. Why would they... This is a terribly lit room, by the way. Okay.
Did you read the letter left for you?
Oh,
That
no.
is the task the Volcano Manor desires you enact. You will be compensated once the deed is done. Good luck. If you are loath to hunt your own kin, so be it. But you must leave this house at once. This is a war against the Erd Tree. We have no place for the meek, nor the luxury of keeping clean hands.
So... Fuck your shit. I'm wondering, like, so the Erd tree and the whole deal, okay. But either history was misrepresented when it was told to us, the player, or they just like everything to be miserable and fucking falling apart at the seams. Really? Ow. What in the fuck is that? Oh, this guy's just a dodge master, eh? Nice dodge roll, bud! Oh, we get that. Okay. Fun. Old Knight Istvan in Limgrave. Interesting. It's Beyblade! Let her rip! It's a colossal weapon. It doesn't even have a category. It's just a colossal weapon. Strength and Dex as I expected. 18 Dex is a bit of a fucking meme. Just standard... Nothing fancy... attack power. But then there's like the skill thing. Hold to keep the wheel spinning, can be used while walking to push the armament into enemies. Ah yes, the weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. No shit! No shit, it does do blood loss buildup, which is nice. And a pretty substantial amount of it. Interesting. The Iron Virgins. That's actually the, That's the name of Foxy's new CSGO 2 clan. I, thought I'd spoil that for you. But you didn't hear it from me. Oh my. Oh, we got some real fun out there, eh? Okay, well... I gotta take something over. I gotta take something over to my parents' place real quick, guys. Won't take me very long. It's probably a good thing for me to get out of this fucking chair anyway, use the washroom and move around. I've been sat down for like 4.5 hours. I will, and then I'll be back and we'll just continue, but, enjoy the view of what will likely kill me when I go outside to try and attack it. And I shall return.